As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 12:01 p.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they're currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting Michigan to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning ASL interpretation in Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC, for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC, along with written public comment submissions. There's also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, please announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, as we move to the next part of our agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothhorn,
Second.
second made by Commissioner Orton. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, we'll now move to begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. And hearing no objection, we'll now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Those individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. You'll step to the nearest microphone when you hear your number called, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. There'll also be a visual timer for you to help keep track with your time during your comment. And first in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Hi, Dan Wallahan, Genoa Township, Livingston County, Michigan. I've been watching the draft maps and some of the previous comments in regard to some And I'd like to reiterate what I have said before on police keeping Livingston County together. It is our community of interest. Sometimes community of interest are the same as county boundaries. Sometimes they're not. In this case, it is for us. And that's our number one request. And we're watching the maps to hopefully that happens. I've heard some comments about cracking and unpacking cities. I think we need, as a commission, need to be very careful on especially cracking areas. That's how we had the 2011 gerrymander, was due to cracking. My current state Senate district, 22nd, it cracks Washtenaw County and puts Scioto Township in with Livingston County District. And it's not fair to them. And I hope it doesn't happen in either direction for us to avoid a gerrymander that leads to polarization. One of the reasons we don't want to be with Washtenaw County up here in Livingston County is because of the type of values in each community. It's not even about R or D. It's about the types of R's and types of D's and types of independence, and it's oil and water for us. We'll work with many folks in other districts wherever we're placed, and some areas can appeal to multiple areas, and we hope you all keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to provide comment to the commission this afternoon. At this time, we only had one in-person public comment for today's meeting period pertaining to agenda topics. But we do have 4 remote public comment with one person requesting to speak a second time. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will turn the floor over to Michigan Department of State staff to facilitate our remote public comment. But if you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. Department of State will call on you by name, and note that if you experience technical or audio issues and we don't hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line, and then we'll return to you after that person is done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov, and we'll help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You'll have 2 minutes, the same as in-person public comment, to address the commission. And please do conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. You'll have a visual timer as well. Michigan Department of State staff, please facilitate our remote public comment.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Our first remote public comment participant is a Mr. James Gallant. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Gallant, I can.
All right, this is James Gallant with Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And I have my research. I just recently found that a House Fiscal Agency report dated October 16, 2018 concerning Proposition 2. It states, if approved, Proposition 2 would primarily amend Article 4 by changing the composition of the commission charged with redistricting following the census. Now, it also says, quote, in its order granting voters not politicians cross complaint, the Supreme Court found the amendment would merely change the method by which commissioners would be chosen and add unaffiliated voters to the albeit inactive commission described in the Constitution currently. That would be the Michigan Commission on Apportionment, which was disbanded in 1980. It was disbanded because of the amendment that said their process, their formula was unconstitutional. Not the structure, the formula. So this is the commission that was already in the Constitution, still in the Constitution. And this was supposed to be set to the Legislative Council. They're the ones that Jennifer Detroff. And Mike Brady testified that he spoke to her on how to do this, except the Secretary of State didn't, after the vote, depended Proposition 2 passed, did not transfer it to the Legislative Council, which that's the legislative branch. It says it's housed in the legislature, not housed in the executive branch. The Secretary of State refused to do that, and she assigned her own staff. The Constitution says the Secretary of State will provide technical services and that the commission will hire your own staff.
Mr. Gallant,
the Secretary of State lawfully appointed the staff to this commission.
Mr. Gallant, your allotted 2 minutes has ended. Thank you so much for addressing the commission. We do have a second in-person public comment, so we're going to return to in-person public comment for our second person to speak, and then we'll return to remote.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. I drove up here from Dearborn today. My name is Amr Zar. I'm an Arab American. I'm also an attorney and a professor, an adjunct professor of law at Detroit Mercy Law School. I'm here to talk about the Arab American community and especially Dearborn. The State House districts, currently the State House district number 15 is all of the city of Dearborn. But as you know, the census numbers came out and Dearborn's about 109,000 people now, while the State House district is about 91,500 people. So what I'm here to urge you to do is to make sure that hopefully that District 15 or whatever district you end up calling it is still entirely composed of the city of Dearborn. But of course, you'll have to cut out some parts of Dearborn to fit the numbers. And I'm here to urge you to make sure that you cut out the parts of Dearborn that are not the Arab American neighborhoods so that it can remain an Arab American majority district. I looked at the AFL FAIR maps and that map looks pretty good for State House District 15. But again, this is something I teach at the University of Detroit Mercy School of Law, and I've been studying census issues and particularly the Arab American population for many years now. So I would urge you to, I think the AFL FAIR map is a good map, but please, whatever you do, when you're looking at State House District 15 or whatever one includes mostly the city of Dearborn, is that East Dearborn, which is going to be east of South, as you might know, Dearborn is basically cut by Southfield Freeway down the middle. East Dearborn is about 90 or 95% Arab. One of the challenges that you're going to have, and I urge you to talk to people like me who have studied this stuff, one of the challenges you're going to have is that Arab Americans don't have a box on the census form and we're counted as white, and we're not really white functionally, or we'll get into, I teach a whole thing about that, but we're not white in politically, obviously. So you're not going to have hard numbers in front of you like you might with the African American or the Latino population. So please listen to people like me when we tell you East Dearborn is where our community mostly is. We have some in West Dearborn. So whatever you do, please keep those 91,500 people with East Dearborn and much of West Dearborn. The AFL FAIR maps looks like a good map to me. All right, thanks.
We appreciate you taking the time to address the commission this afternoon. At this time, we'll return to our remote public comment. Michigan Department of State staff, Sarah Reinhardt, please facilitate that.
Our next remote public comment participant is Lisa Jevons. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hi, my name is Lisa. Hi, my name is Lisa Jevons. This is my second time addressing the commission, but I understand that you were working on maps today for the western side of Michigan, southwestern, and that is where my testimony related to. I want to give you the number of my submission, which includes a map and a description of the problem. C973 is what it is, and it's also under my name. The reason that I wrote to the commission in the first place is because we have a house in an old cottage community called Macatawa Park, and this is on a peninsula that lies between Lake Michigan and Lake Macatawa, south of the Holland Channel. And for decades, this peninsula has been cut in half with along a county line, a township line, congressional and state house district lines. So for some odd reason, I think they just followed the county lines when they did our political districts. But I would urge you to look at my map and see that it's not a good idea to cut our community in half. And there's really no reason for it. And if you could put us all together in one, it would be great. And we have affinity to other lakefront communities that run up and down the lakefront south of us, such as Saugatuck and the communities along that coast of Michigan. And so the tip of our community should not be connected to those in the north. It just doesn't make any sense. And like I said, if you look at the map, you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's C973 was the code, the ID on my submission. Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission.
Thank you for taking the time to address the commission.
Our next remote public comment participant is Sarah Lally. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi, Sarah.
Excellent, thank you so much. So hi everybody, my name is Sarah Lally. I am an ICU nurse at Michigan Medicine in Ann Arbor. I also work at Eastern Michigan University's Center for Health Disparities, Innovations and Studies. And I am a grateful volunteer with APIA Vote to do multiple community outreach things. So I'm asking the commission today to please take into consideration all of the constitutional requirements when you're looking at these maps and when you're drawing these maps. A lot of the outreach we do is in the Metro Detroit area, in Macomb, Oakland, Wayne counties, and we know that this is like the highest concentration of where people live in Michigan. And really take some extra time, please, to take a look at these communities of interest, because this is like the most diverse area in the state. And a lot of the people that are living in these areas, they don't have access to this process, even though we think they do. This is public information. It's accessible on the internet. But really, through the work that we do, we've learned that so many of these communities of interest, that language is a bigger barrier than all of us are aware of. And so they really deserve some extra time, some extra thought, and some extra consideration that these communities of interest stay together, because it's up to us to really advocate for them, because they have a lot of different challenges when it comes to being engaged in this process. And so, please take some extra time, to look at these areas, to really dig a little bit deeper, and to hear the interests of the community, because again, a lot of these people, they don't have the same access, and they don't have easy access like we think that they do. And it's up to us to help them and to make this fair for everyone. So thank you so much for your time and for letting me talk to you today.
Thank you so much for taking the time to address the commission.
Our next remote public comment participant is Evan Dillon. Please allow a moment for us to unmute you.
Hi, first, I just wanted to thank the commissioners for their time today and for all of their efforts in helping to create a more representative democracy here in Michigan. It's also pretty clear to me from the preliminary maps that have been drawn for Grand Rapids and West Michigan that this commission has made an effort to follow the 7 guiding principles when drawing those maps, and did so in order of priority as outlined in the state constitution. And as a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids, I'm especially pleased to see what appears to be a true consideration for communities of interest when drawing those maps here in West Michigan. So I wanted to thank you all for that. But my interest in fairness and equity in voting is not limited to my home city. I implore this commission to please give itself more time and consideration when drawing the maps for the Detroit metro area. Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb are 3 of the most populous counties in the state, and thus deserve more time to draw the lines as they will represent the most districts. Additionally, extra time's got to be given to the Detroit metro area because this is the area, like I said before, with the most voters. It's also going to have the most public comments and the most community of interest submissions. And all of those submissions and all of those comments deserve to be carefully considered. Once again, I want to thank you all for the time to speak today and for your work on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to address the commission. We appreciate you providing your perspective.
That concludes the first round of our remote public comment.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt. So individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed, a second in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I don't believe we have any second in-person public comment, but we do have a second live remote public comment. We will have the same process as the first round. So the first in line to provide a second remote public comment is James Gallant. And you are now invited to address the commission, Michigan Department of State staff. Please let me know if you're able to connect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Gallant, we can hear you.
Hey, this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And as I was saying, I was talking to the state archive, and they've identified the records for the commission on apportionment from the 1980s, and that the rules of procedure from that commission, they just disbanded the commission, and this amendment fired that commission back up. Changed the name, little different composition, different criteria, but it stated that it's already in the Constitution. So this is just a name change. So this is not you get to just make up your own and then not run for have any rules for 3 months and then just make stuff up on current practice. That's not appropriate. I believe that Secretary of State Joyce Benson has hijacked a legislative commission and is holding y'all in hostage in the executive branch of state government, stating that her orientation material provided to you on the first day in September 2020 stated that you must follow Robert's Rules of Order. That's because that's the standard for constitutional commissions under the supervision of Jennifer Detloff, the Legislative Council Administrator. That's the, the Law Revision Commission, all these other commissions, those are legislative commissions. This is housed in the legislature. This is wrong. I don't know how anybody ever did this. But the Secretary of State in the Constitution, when I was reading that, it says she shall provide technical services. That's it, not staffing. It says clearly that this commission shall hire the staff, and that staff shall be supervised by the Legislative Council Administrator, Jennifer Detloff. I think this is where we're going at with this, and I'm getting those archives and they sending them to me, and I will be publishing them on your website, and I'll be getting them to you folks. And I don't know, anybody wants to really change this back and make sure these people that are standing here following the rules, this is how we got to get them in court. This is supposed to be
Mr. Gallant,
something.
your allotted time is over. That concludes our public comment this afternoon. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. So we appreciate everyone who provides a public comment in whatever way you choose, and we invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Next, I'd like to move to unfinished business, agenda item 5A, mapping process and procedures. And without objection, ask Executive Director Hammersmith if she will share. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the commissioners for your continuing work on the mapping process and for continuing to be flexible and adjust our process as we learn together. What was sent yesterday was a mapping process and procedures version 9.6. reflecting yesterday's date. We gave you the red line version, so it was easy to see what changes had been made. One of the things that happened was the schedule was updated. We've been moving around because we both had to wait for the racially polarized voting analysis, and then also for Mr. Adelson from Federal Compliance to assure compliance with the Voting Rights Act in conjunction with that. Because of that, we really needed to wait to map in the Detroit metro areas as well as Saginaw and Flint. So those locations have been placed lower down on the list so we can continue our work. Also, with this proposal, we are pivoting to finishing the state Senate districts first, as was originally intended, and then moving into congressional and lastly, state house districts. On page 4 is an updated schedule that reflects what has been done and the proposed work moving forward. We also deleted the COI process document and incorporated that into the larger document. So we removed this separate document regarding COIs and incorporated that, and then incorporated into the process. All the COI review happens on one's own. So the commissioners will be doing that on their own time between meetings. I realize that's a lot of work to go through the COIs, communities of interest, but there simply is not enough meeting time to go one by one through all those in meetings either. So again, that's on your own, certainly to be brought into the mapping process. So when you see areas that need to be addressed, so we're not splitting communities of interest, commissioners need to bring those up in the meeting. Also, the partisan fairness review was added into the deliberation sessions. I know there's been some discussion about when is the best time to make that assessment. And the best time is when there are statewide maps or draft maps. So then you can determine if there's partisan fairness in a whole map versus a portion of a map. Also, references to regions was deleted. I think it's time to move past the regions, and we heard that loud and clear from the commissioners that they served their purpose initially to get the work started, but it's time to move past those lines that were these fictitious lines that were drawn on the map just to work with, because at this point we have separate maps created for regions that are now overlapping into other regions, and that needs to be reconciled. So it was recommended that that's where the work starts today, and reconciling the regions where you can see where you drew adjacent regions and they spilled over into each other, and to try to make sure that then you can make a cohesive statewide map or maps. You may want more than one version of the state Senate maps. But we hope to get through that process yet this week to get the Senate map drafts to a point where we feel they can be utilized by the public for review during the public comment process. And I think I would ask if there are any questions. I don't know that this document needs to be adopted today. I think it's something that we're going to try and make sure it's useful. Again, we're all learning as we go on process and trying to make it work as effectively and efficiency as possible while maintaining the constitutional criteria. So, questions?
Commissioners, any questions for Executive Director Sue? And Commissioner Rothhorn, please assist me with any in-person hands that I might miss, myself or Vice Chair Zotella might miss.
I'm happy to help. No, no one has their hands up right now. I do have a thought though. I am considering the comments that we've heard, especially about the Detroit area, and that the irony of that, right? We've been waiting for this, and then we will just have one day in the Detroit area for these COIs if we're going to do the Senate if we're going to try to finish the Senate area just for the Senate map for this week. That's my understanding. Is it right? We're talking about trying to finish the Senate map this week. Did I get that correct? And we would have that one day with Mr. Adelson. If I'm incorrect, that's why I'm asking. It's a question.
You are correct. However, if that work does not get finished, then it spills over into the next work day.
The next week, yeah. So I
So,
guess
for
I'm just
sure.
thinking, okay. And we need time to do that. Yeah. So thank you.
And part of the issue is, as you are aware, Mr. Adelson is Jewish, so he's celebrating the Jewish holy days both this week and next week and has very limited availability to the commission.
My line of questioning was more about trying to do a Friday if we need them, and trying to think about, like, at the beginning of this week, whether we need to think about it. I don't know how long that takes and all that other stuff, but I'd rather just wait until Monday, frankly, next week and just work on it there instead of trying to add a day this week.
And as we see that rhythm, if we do need to add a couple of Fridays, certainly that is an option, and those tentative days are on the calendar.
No other questions, no other hands are raised right now. Chair Kellum.
Okay. Sue, did you have anything else for our mapping process and procedures?
Certainly if people have questions, suggestions, comments, we're all one team, so let's work together and make it work and get the job done. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you, commissioners, for realizing that this is still a process that we're trying to hammer out, but one that is still, made to promote and increase our effectiveness as we're mapping. So at this time, we are going to move forward to new business item 6A, draft mapping and reconciliation of state Senate districts, except for Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, Saginaw, and Genesee counties. Without objection, I'd like the commissioners to proceed with reconciling the state Senate districts that have already been drawn across the state, except for the Detroit metro area and the East and East Central areas. As you know, we drafted maps with a separate consideration in each area, allowing for overlap. And now we need to look back and adjust the lines for the statewide maps, which is just what Sue reiterated. It is advisable to wait until Thursday to begin drafting in Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, Saginaw, and Genesee counties when Bruce Adelson, Voting Rights Act VRA legal counsel, will be able to attend our meeting and provide guidance to comply with federal and state law. A question for you all, commissioners: does it make sense to start reviewing the northernmost regions and work our way south across the state towards the last areas we'll map? And if we want to do that, we'll start where we left off the last meeting, which would be Commissioner Orton. Well, we left off with Commissioner Orton, and then we'll start with Commissioner Rothorn, is what I meant to say. So the question on the floor is, does it make sense to start reviewing the northernmost regions and work our way south across the state towards the last areas that we'll map?
I'm reading a number and hearing a number of yeses.
Okay, so as we said, we left off with Commissioner Orton, and I'll ask Commissioner Rothorn to start this afternoon.
Okay. So to start, and we're not doing clusters, we're looking at maps, correct? And are we trying to sort of reconcile the different maps that we have at this point? And so Kent or John, are you able to put let's say maybe the number of maps? I feel like we had sort of version 1 and version 3.
So I'd say you're talking about looking at the most recent Senate maps that you did in the West region, right? And then are you talking about the North instead?
I believe so. And I see Commissioner Orton has her hand.
I was just saying North. I think we just said we'll start in the North.
Yes.
Okay. So like you were alluding to, there are multiple plans in that area. So one of the issues is we could try to merge the plans together. And there's even a function that says merge areas that do not overlap. And it sounds good. The problem is, since we used a numbering system that went from 1 to 2, 3 in each region, it's going to combine those numbers even if they're not overlapping. So if you have a District 1 in the UP and a District 1 in the West, they're going to put them together. So you're going to have a district that's exactly 2 districts. So that's a great function down the road when you're able to have different numbers. But they're not actually clicked in as districts. But we know that those boundaries as layers are those districts that you drafted earlier. So you can look at, again, for the UP area, you have 3 different plans, and I will basically start with a blank map, and then you can look at those 3 different districts, the layers of them, and you can pick one, I can load one in quickly, and then you can see where they conflict. And I can also load in all the other layers if you want to do that. In other words, each region, I can load 2 or 3 plans, however 1, 2, or 3 plans that you drew in each region, and we can look at all of them together, a subsection of them together. Like you said, if we just want to start up in the north, then you're only going to have 3. Is that right? You recall 3 that were drafted? Okay.
There were 4, but I remember version 1 and version 3 would seem to be the most common.
Okay.
That's if I have, and I'm seeing some nodding heads around the table here.
Okay. So yeah, what I would do is, I will definitely appeal to the collective memory of the group and also notes to make sure that we're accounting for all of the areas that you were referring to. So I don't know, let me share the Zoom screen for the moment.
And while you're doing that, John, I'm wondering, because we do have an intention to try to get as far as we can with our Senate maps this week, and because of what I heard you say about like having numbered, having multiple maps with the number 1.
Yes.
I think back in, when we started this process, we said we were going to reference the old maps. We're starting with fresh maps, and we've done that. And because we were going to reference the old maps, and we recognized that somehow we need, right, to have I'm just wondering
if some numerical continuity perhaps.
Right. So that I'm just thinking about the wisdom of starting that now.
Sure. So generally the enacted Senate districts, the lower numbers are starting in Wayne County. Some 1 to 7 are all in Wayne. And the other end of the scale is the UP as 38 and 37. So you could start with those bookends and understand that, you're going to have some confliction somewhere in the process.
Yeah. And it sounds like if we're going to try to merge or try to do a service to ourselves, I guess I'm looking for your input here. Would that be helpful at this stage?
Yes. It would be helpful to consider renumbering them sort of in a new plan and sort of moving forward. If you've got 2 versions of District 38, you're basically saying that they're going to be 2 versions of District 38.
Chair Kellum, Commissioner Orton has her hand raised.
Yes, Commissioner Orton. And then commissioners, we have a little bit of business that we need to take care of. So we'll have to go back before we kind of dive in. So go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so I'm just kind of wondering, I think I understand what you're saying, John, about the numbering. Would it be possible or helpful if you, and would it be okay for Open Meetings Act, if it didn't necessarily happen in our meeting, but if you just went and renumbered the districts on the different plans so that then could we see them all better on one map without just being layers? I'm not sure how.
Works. I would say that's a second step. I would say that, the first step is just looking at them as layers. And, that way you can see which areas overlap. Because, for example, you may have a district, let's just say a District 10 is in the Lansing area, and you've got another district that substantially overlaps with another district from another region. So, do you name both of those 10? Do I name 110 and 110A? I can't even name it 10A. I'd have to name it some other numerical district. So you're going to have a deconfliction issue right away. just having areas that overlap. So, but however, when we go back to the idea that we have remember I talked about in these regions, we have a general idea of about how many districts are in the region. So we could say that there were
It's on
about
mute.
3 districts.
I don't have any sound on here. I mean,
So if we have a general idea that there are 3 districts in the UP, then they could be 38, 37, and 36. And they're just slightly different versions of the same number. And in other areas, you have, about 5 districts. We can say they're basically going to be 11 to 15 or something like that. And then they'll leave 1 or 2 districts that don't quite fit into the box. And then we can talk about how to handle those districts. So I can do that. I would say that's a good second step that I can work on a break. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Lang, and then.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption. Just to briefly respond to Commissioner Orton's concern, I do agree with Mr. Morgan that would be an appropriate exercise for staff, for the commission to direct staff or consultants to do. Specifically, the renumbering of districts to merge the plans that the commission has already drafted.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Lang.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was that speaking? Was that John? Did you have something?
Commissioner Lang should go. I can hold.
Okay, Commissioner Lang, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I have this down straight, because I was kind of under the assumption that we were going to start with new maps, use the different maps that we've drawn as a reference point, because I know there were some areas where we were considering making adjustments. So I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as the entire commission of exactly how we're doing it. If we're doing overlays, if we're doing a whole new map so it's cohesive, and working our way down and using the other proposed ones we used as a reference point, or how exactly we're doing it. Like, I'm just a very ABC, and I want to make sure I understand.
For what it's worth, since it's my turn, and I think that's exactly what I'm trying to explore, Rhonda. And at this point, I'm not planning, or I would not try to create a new map. I would try to merge and use what we've got, and then try to, at least through a process, like during my turn, at least try to figure out which version or make adjustments so that we have a Senate district starting in the north, and understanding, that the numbering is not going to be quite ideal. But yeah, I would, what you suggested, Rhonda, is how I anticipate using my turn.
Okay, commissioners, I'm sorry to let's put like a little pin in this part of our draft mapping and our thoughts about reconciliation. We're going to quickly come back to it. I was just notified that because our mapping process and procedures has a schedule attached, we do, in fact, if it's something that we're going to use, we need to approve it, because it does use a schedule, and it would be obviously something that involves more than just the 13 of us. So if there are concrete thoughts about that discussion, or a motion to approve the process and procedures as presented by Executive Director Hammersmith, this would be a necessary time for that. And General Counsel, please do advise if there are any additional thoughts. Commissioner Curry, I'm not sure if you're wanting to say something, but you're unmuted, just in case you don't know.
No, you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. And that's what they just wrote on here.
Commissioner Curry?
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Orton has her hand raised too, Chair Kellum.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. Commissioner Orton.
So I have a question about adopting this. If we vote on this and adopt it, we've learned up to this point that there needs to be continual process improvement. And so we may want to change again. And what if we don't complete an area that we have on the agenda, on the schedule that we're going to complete that day? Would we have to vote on a new schedule?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, General Counsel.
Thank you. So in response to Commissioner Orton's, and I'm sure all of the commissioners share that question and concern. Yes, the process itself is dynamic, as we've experienced from the beginning. But for specific areas in the schedule that are not completed on the assigned day, then that would carry over to unfinished business for the following meeting. So the commission would still be working through those areas in the proposed order.
Well, with that explanation, I'll just move that we adopt the process as presented. I don't know if we have a resolution or anything that we have language for.
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner Rothorn. I think what you've done is fine to have a motion made by Commissioner Rothorn to adopt the mapping process and procedure as presented by Executive Director Hammersmith, the edited mapping process and procedure. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. It was muffled.
Second, Commissioner Witches.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. A second with Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion to approve the edited mapping process and procedure? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Wait. There is, Commissioner Eid has his hand up.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of later in the process, but while we're on the discussion of consolidating some of these maps, the process allows us to bring forth multiple draft maps to the next round of public hearings to hear what the public says about them. Has there been a decision yet on how many of each type of map that we want to bring forth?
Madam Chair, this is Sarah Reinhart with the Department of State. Per the process document, that is a decision that will be made during the deliberations after your collaborative map is complete.
Thank you,
There was
Sarah
a thumbs up.
Reinhart. Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Any other discussion, questions, or concern? All right, all those in favor of adopting the process and procedure, please raise your hand and say aye. I ask that you turn the microphone on so I can hear the aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and our mapping process and procedure has been approved. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, for those that may have been just joining our meeting and those already watching and attending, we are going to move back to new business. And we were beginning our discussion with Commissioner Rothorn in trying to hash out the northernmost regions and working our way south across the state towards the last areas that we'll map. So Commissioner Rothorn, you have the floor again. And Vice Chair Zatella, please feel free to facilitate this conversation, though I'm not sure it'll need much facilitation.
All right. Is it okay if I go?
Yes, absolutely.
So John or Kent, if you could bring up the maps, and I think I'll just try to state the rationale. I think we're starting up in the north because it's the furthest from, and maybe the safest from the first region of the Senate. Yeah. So we're just trying to consolidate our maps up in the UP and then head south as much as we can.
Yes. What I'd like to do is I've loaded as districts. This is the version 1. And then I've got the other 3 versions. So I'd suggest that we bring those in as layers so you can look at them. I can load each one individually as a plan, but I would say look at the layers. And I don't know, whether you're going to proceed with one version or another version, but I've got all 4.
One of the things, John, that I'm thinking about is that we did look at COIs, and I think we primarily used version 1 and 3. Do other commissioners remember that also? Is that sort of a... Okay, so I'm getting some thumbs up. So I think if we can, at this point, John, just put up 1 and 3, and we'll choose between those, please.
Okay, and again, for clarity, I'm trying to bring up the ones, I have a date on these, and my understanding is this is what you're talking about. It's possible that, there's some file that I don't have right in front of me, so if something comes up, we'll find that file. It will be out there. So I'm gonna put up version 3 now. So it overlays as a layer, and it'll default to red. And then I think I can probably, under the layer manager, give it labels. Let's see. So under the layer properties, we're going to put the district number. And then let's see. Okay. All right. So the way this is going to work for the moment is that the district numbers that are color coordinated with the districts are the version 1, and then the red numerals and the red outline are version 3. And you can see that in this case, the thematically coordinated number 1 and the red outline are congruent as far as I can tell here. Let me change the properties of the layer so it's more visible. I'm going to over exaggerate this for a moment. So in this case, when I look at it, it shows that the red line boundary is the same as the purple district. So that district is not conflicting between 1 and 3. And your district 2, the green version is the district that's already in the plan, but the red version is your alternate version, which is version 3. And I believe there are only 2 districts in the version 3. There's a version 2 and a version 4. So at this point, there's only 2 in the version 3, two districts that are the red boundaries. You want to add the other layers so you can see them before you make a suggestion?
Yes, please. Oh, wait, sorry, you're offering, this is the second version?
Yeah.
Sorry, no, just version 1 and version 3 are okay with me.
Okay, let me remove that one.
Sorry. And the reason I'm doing that, John, is because I feel like we are slowly building consensus in what we're working with. And I feel like, we have slowly decided that 1 and 3 are probably our best versions at this point. So to go back, it feels like it'd be, reopening. So unless I hear some objection from another commissioner, I'm just going to say that 1 and 3 are where we're at. And okay. So, and then
again, 1 is loaded, 3 is the overlay.
3 is the overlay, and what we're seeing is red. Correct.
Red is the overlay, and then the colored themes districts are the districts that are in the plan that are from version 1.
Right. And so I'm tempted to, the biggest change, I feel like that the Upper Peninsula, I feel like we can agree on it. I feel like and I think we made that choice.
Meaning the one that's labeled District 1 in this scenario.
Correct. Where we've made the division, we looked at the COIs. I think we looked primarily at the population of the tribes in the area, and we saw that this would be not a bad split of a COI, essentially, along that there was a northern coast, a Superior Coast, and there was a Michigan coast. But but holding the tribes and the population was my memory of like why we made the decision to to split it along the county there for the Senate map. And it's just, so version 1, I feel like I want to just say, Senate version 1.
And it's congruent. The district in 1 and the district in version 3 are the same.
Congruent, yeah.
So what I would suggest at this point is if you're in the process of functionally, you're creating a new plan. You are, because you've got version 1, you've got version 3, and you're about to suggest that you take this district that is it's the same in both plans, and you say let's take that and move that forward. So we should potentially take this time to now renumber that as District 38.
Okay, and whatever's most efficient. What I'm trying to do is sort of use my turn, get as sort of a clean consensus, if you will, And then, yeah, because the second district in the UP feels like where we need to potentially have more discussion, but the first one feels like it's a,
Okay, so
we've done our work.
So again, the version in the first plan is it's numbered 1. I'm going to renumber it to 38.
I'm okay with that. Thank you. And I see, is it okay if I help facilitate, Vice Chair?
Oh.
And sorry, I couldn't remember who was delegated to what.
Yes, please, because I can't see the hands in the room.
So I think I see 2 hands. I think I see Commissioner Orton and then maybe Director Hammersmith. Is that true? Nope, just Commissioner Orton.
So,
Okay.
John,
Go ahead,
then,
Commissioner Orton.
okay, so thank you for renumbering that. And then can we lock that one then as we move on? Is that how you would suggest?
Yes, you can lock it. At this point, that's probably fine. There may come a point where you lock something, you forget that you locked it, you have to unlock it. But for right now, that seems like a good idea. So I will do that if you like.
Yes, it seems like it. Well, yeah, I think what we're trying to do is figure out how we do this, right? And let's try locking. And then Commissioner Ede had his hand up too.
And Commissioner Ede?
So yeah, I agree with everything Commissioner Rothorn says. I think it's a good district that we all kind of had a hand in coming to that consensus. My only question about it is, it's a little short on people, but it's right on that borderline of what is acceptable or not. I'm just wondering, do we want to make, a district with that amount of variance? Like, is that going to be okay?
Okay,
later
so
on?
you're asking my opinion on that? I would say at this stage, it's not a problem at all. You're one district into a plan. It's not a 1-for-1. You don't have to then draw a district that's going to be negative or positive 4.2. You could draw many districts that evaluate or sort of balance that deviation. This is not a problem at all.
Thanks for that question. Yeah. And I'm wondering in terms of process, I wonder if I should just, and if do we need rationale at this point, or should I hand it over? What do we want to do?
So this is Sarah Reinhardt with the Department of State. From my perspective for providing rationales, with this particular district, it doesn't seem like you made any changes or adjustments. But if you do decide to make a change or an adjustment to a district that you've previously drawn, or if you decide to completely redraw a new district, then I would need rationale for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton has her hand up.
I'm sorry to keep asking so many questions, but can you scroll up on the active matrix so we can see the numbers for that?
Yeah, one moment. There's a utility I can use to show the current district only. And that's not what I wanted. One moment. The program did what it's supposed to do, but not what I wanted it to do. Okay. So that's the information on just that district.
Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
So I think this is good for right now, but in general, I just wanted to say out loud, I think probably we all are thinking this. I would really like on all the districts to be as close to 0 deviation as possible. But I remember we really struggled with where to draw that line because of the large and strange shape of the townships or the precincts even. So I think this one's good, but going forward, it would be great if we could get close deviation.
And I'll offer the other piece that was in my head. I'm not sure if I should continue my turn, but I was thinking about how much comment we did get about adding Sheboygan to the sort of the tip of the mitt. And that would be an additional population, which might balance it. And it's also UP related. So that was in my head anyway, sort of a rationale. But I also heard from John that we don't have to balance it immediately. So I'm not wedded to that idea, but that again is sort of speaks to, yeah. And I'm not sure exactly which one we take it from, honestly. And I'm looking for, yeah, but again, I'm not sure if my turn is over or if I should keep going and I see Commissioner Clark has his hand up.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. Again, just to echo what Sarah Reinhardt provided to you, if you in fact have some adjustments, you are welcome to make those adjustments. You don't have to feel as though you have to change something, just for the fact of changing it, if that makes any sense to you. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, request on the spreadsheet at the below the map, John, is it possible to get the political data as well? Percent Democrat, percent Republican, and so forth. That would be very helpful. And then when we get to District 3 on this, I've got a comment when we get to that point.
Okay, so at this point, that information is not loaded easily in the matrix. Are you instructing me to find that?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I am, but if it's going to be time consuming, do it at a break. Yeah, that would be fine.
Thank you. In response to Commissioner Clark's question, when the commission was mapping in the fictional state of thumb, the political data as distinct from partisan fairness. Again, partisan fairness is evaluated on a statewide basis for complete Senate plans, complete House plans, complete congressional plans. So I think everybody is very clear on that. The partisan data, as far as the districts, which is a part of the partisan data that Commissioner Clark is requesting at this time. In the fictional state of thumb, what was occurring is the commission had the ribbon going at the bottom with that data and was extraordinarily focused on that data. So while the commission has been integrating the communities of interest and moving towards the minority data in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, which are, again, higher criteria, that data, as Mr. Morgan has indicated correctly, has not been activated in the actual mapping that has been occurring as distinct from the state of thumb. I would also note that competitiveness, political competitiveness, is not a criteria in the state of Michigan. Again, political competitiveness is not a criteria in the state of Michigan. The partisan fairness algorithms that are going to be run on the statewide plans is a constitutional criteria that we have in the state of Michigan. That is why the mapping has been moving forward in the manner that it has been. And I hope that information was helpful to the commission.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Rothorn, are you satisfied with the turn that you took?
I think the answer is yes. And I'd love to do the second one if like to make that second, to move Sheboygan over, because I haven't changed anything yet, but I think, oh yeah, go ahead. I see Commissioner Orton.
Commissioner Orton, please go ahead.
So as we're making these decisions, we can remember what some of the communities of interest are that have been told us, such as Sheboygan, which we need to discuss. But we are still waiting to see the community of interest overlays. So we might need to see that to help make some of these decisions as we get further, especially.
Yeah, as far as I know, if that's a question to me, I believe we can bring up the community of interest overlays to some extent. I believe they're available in this area.
So on Thursday, we were having a discussion and Kim was asked for that kind of heat map to be able to be visible for us to see. I don't see him on the meeting. I don't know if he's here, but I'm wondering if we have that or if that's just going to be
So I can bring up some portion of that, those communities of interest. I think that those are the same way that you displayed some of those on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay.
Director Hammersmith has her hand up.
Thank you. Executive Director Hammersmith, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Kellum. Just so the commission knows, we did have a meeting with Kim Brace this morning about the COIs and when that information will be available for the commission. He is checking that out for us and we hope to have it today.
Thank you, Sue.
But am I able to refer to the information that you already had from Thursday? Okay, so Executive Director Hammersmith said I can refer to the information from Thursday, so I'll bring those up as a layer. I think this is information that you've seen before.
It's the same, excuse me, it's the same area clusters that we've been looking at previously. It's referred to as Area 1 and Area 2 of clusters.
And so I'm wondering if it's useful at this point. So I'm not against looking at the layers, but because we've done this and we made some change, we have a change log. So I wonder if now's the time to sort of bring up that change log to see what we wanted to remind ourselves to do. Is that appropriate, or is there?
Yeah, we can do that. This is Mustafa with the Department of State.
Thank you, Mustafa. Could you do that, or how would that look, or is that a, yeah?
Give me one moment. I'll figure it out.
Thank you.
I'll get back to you.
I see Commissioner Lett has his hand up.
Commissioner Lett,
like
please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to make a suggestion. This process that we're using of acknowledging people with their hands up or not is really cumbersome. I would ask that we designate Commissioner Rawthorn to lead the discussion because he can see the 3, 4 of you, 5 of you on the TV, and he can see all of us. And therefore, we wouldn't have to go back through Commissioner Kellum. So if my suggestion is we appoint Commissioner Rawthorn as temporary chair for this process. I guess that's a motion.
General Counsel.
Madam Chair, I would suggest a slight modification of language that Commissioner Rawthorn facilitate this discussion. Unless, of course, the intent was clear. If the intent was clear to have him function as the chair for the meeting, then I would, of course, withdraw my comment. But if the intent was to have Commissioner Rawthorn facilitate the discussion around these issues, then that would be my suggestion.
Well, the idea is that somebody here is going to call on people. Now, if that's facilitating or temporarily chairing, I'll leave that up to your discretion, Council. You can have your pick.
Well, certainly, Madam Chair, it's always at the discretion of the commission. But what I am hearing Commissioner Lett express is that for the ease of the commission to conduct its work during this portion of the agenda, that a member may want to move that Commissioner Rawthorn facilitate the discussion.
That was my intent. I wasn't aware of how formal that needed to be. I did ask Commissioner Rawthorn to facilitate and assist because I knew that I was feeling ill today. So that makes sense. I have no objection with that. So the motion to have Commissioner Rawthorn facilitate conversation for the purposes of mapping our mapping process and the areas of reconciliation has been made by Commissioner Lett. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second made by Commissioner Clark. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Lang.
Is this just to call on people? And
Absolutely.
Please specify, I heard Steve say calling on the virtual and the people in there, just so I'm clear.
So what I heard, and Commissioner Lett, you are welcome to clarify, as well as General Counsel, what I heard is there was a concern with, obviously, we have the chair and vice chair who are virtual at the moment. We need someone in person to facilitate this conversation when folks have hands raised because we have a different level of vision. So Commissioner Rothorn will just solely be calling on people so that this process happens a little bit more productively, as opposed to him telling me and then people moving through me to be acknowledged. Does that make sense, Commissioner Lang?
Yes, but the question is that the virtual too then? Is it everybody? He's going to be watching for the virtual and the in-person, correct?
That was yep. So I don't have to, you don't have to hear my voice at all to confuse things. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. Commissioner Rothorn, please proceed with this portion of the agenda, facilitating the mapping process conversation.
Great. And I see our Secretary of State Mustafa has a hand raised and maybe yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. This is Mustafa Rashid with the Department of State. I'd just like to report to you the proposed line adjustment you made last week. There was only one, and it was proposed include Emmett and Sheboygan in the same Senate district for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we looking, John?
Okay. So what I have here on my screen, and for discussion purposes, we have two of these. We've been referring to them sometimes as clusters. That I know that's a shorthand. It may refer to something else. But I've added the A1 and the A2. So there's several communities of interest overlays within this A1. So when I look at A1, I may have multiple. Yeah, okay. One moment. I'm going to bring this up again. So when I bring up the A1 first, I bring it up, load the layer, and now it defaults to red. I'm just going to quickly change that to blue so there's a contrast. And this is not the area where you're talking about with Sheboygan. This is just an example to see that there are multiple of those communities of interest. And then in the software, they've added the functionality so that I can go within A1. So all of these are considered in the same cluster, which is A1. I have a feature selector where it will show me based on the plan ID 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 specific COIs within this A1. And then I can use this feature here to show each one individually. I can zoom to one of them, which is this section here. I can zoom to a different one, which is that, and it's outlined in blue. So it's the whole North Shore, including Chippewa. I can show this one, which is Menominee Delta and Schoolcraft. And again, you can look at the specific comments because these are all tied together. So you can look up in your other copies. And then this one is, the Western section. So these are the ones that are all within that same cluster. All right. So that's how that works. You see, I'm zooming around, I'm isolating each one individually. So now I'm going to do the same I'm going to hide that A1 and I'm going to show you the A2. And this A2 should be the area that you're talking about with Sheboygan and Emmett. And I'll just do the visibility again in blue for contrast. And that didn't do what I wanted. Okay, layer properties, blue, apply changes, dismiss. Okay. So now you can see there's a lot of crisscross here, and this is what you're used to with overlapping communities of interest. And now I'm going to use that functionality to isolate each one. So that's the feature selector in the software. And the plan ID is what gives you each individual one. So I can click on this one is here and you can say, no, that's not the one I was looking for. And I can say, I'll click on the next one. And you can tell me if you're talking about the one that references Emmett and Sheboygan, you can say that's the one I want to look at.
The one that I want to look at is there's, yes, the one, they include Sheboygan. So not that one, not that one. So this one here is useful because it's, sorry, this is the whole, sorry, one up. There, nope, I think we're good there. And we have gone through this. I want to recognize that we have gone through this one here, right? This one is the whole sort of upper mitten, tip of the mitten. So I just acknowledging that we are going to split this, and I'm trying to figure out, we looked through
there
these.
may be others as well, but this is one of them.
But what I'm trying to figure out is we made a note in our log to say we want to add or discuss Sheboygan. And there's one or two specifically that I think even split the county, but we do have public comment. My memory is that like the whole county is right, the shoreline, like the whole county wanted to be included. So this one here is useful, right? 36046 and 36. Okay, there's two here. So I guess it was 33828 and 36046 that are kind of
that's right. So this one, it appears that it includes all of Sheboygan with Emmett. So that's one example of something you were talking about. And then this one is a little different.
Right. And so I see, Commissioner Witches.
I was just going to make a suggestion in regards to Sheboygan, if that's okay.
Please.
If we were to add Sheboygan and remove Kalkaska County, I believe that will not only solve the community of interest issue, but it will also offset the population issue that's happening in the top of District 38 now at this particular point.
Okay.
Okay, and so in this case, what you're contemplating is using the filled District 2, the one that's filled in green, and not the red outlined, which is in your other conflicting plan where you have a district that's more to the east. It's Mackinac, Chippewa, and then the eastern counties. And now you're talking, let's stick with the number 2, which is in green, and then make adjustments to add Sheboygan and Kalkaska as Commissioner Witches suggested.
Yes, and I also saw a hand over here, Commissioner Clark. But before we get to Commissioner Clark, I think we're also working, right? One of the things we're trying to do is not create a whole new map. We're merging version 1 and version 3, and I think this 2 that we're talking about, this green 2, is in version 1. Is that also accurate?
That's correct. It's in version 1, and as I said, that's the one that's that's in the system as a district as opposed to a layer.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
So I recall comments that Sheboygan is really more associated with the East Coast, and what Dustin just suggested pushes it in with the counties on the west side. So I think that's conflicting from what I heard people say from Sheboygan, not necessarily what the automated COI results are.
Commissioner Orton.
We have had conflicting comments about Sheboygan. Some of them have said that it goes with the east, but recently we've had quite a few that say it goes with the west. So.
And that's kind of that's what I'm trying to resolve here is like, how are we going to, and it feels like this, whatever we do at this situation will inform how we resolve other conflicts. So it feels like it's useful to try to navigate it and whether we split it or not. Yeah, John, please.
So just to be clear, at this point, you're deconflicting within the same region as opposed to deconflicting the regional drafts that you did.
Say that one more time. I'm not sure.
So these are alternate districts footprints within the same region. So you've got version 1 and version 3, whereas you're also contemplating deconflicting between regions, which you haven't gotten to yet. Does that make sense? So you have 2 different versions within the same region.
Yes.
So you're talking about that. And at a later point, you may have one plan in one region and one plan in another that overlap. So in that case, you would be deconflicting districts between regions, which you haven't done yet. You're not doing that yet here.
Okay. I think I've got that. Is everybody else? Okay. so far. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, just to be clear, as far as the regions go, and we're not using them as an overlay, but this is the UP, and then it's also the Northeast and Northwest. So there were 3 regions that are encompassed in this version of version 1 and version 3, essentially.
Agreed. And the reason I'm proceeding with this one, and this, I want this to be the end of my turn after this, but what I want to do is I want to use the change log to sort of, we said we wanted to look at this. I do think we've got communities of interest, which we're looking at, and where I think we're trying to resolve. That's, but we've got population as the first criteria. We got the communities of interest as the third criteria, and we got to be what I'm thinking of, the contiguous, right? The idea that we need to, connect the upper and the lower peninsula at this point. That we don't have other, but I'm sorry. The last piece is that there's the tribes. There was a piece about the tribes that felt important to me. And the way that I've looked at this is trying to understand where the tribes are, not wanting to break up the tribes, was that I looked at Districtor, and there was a tribal government, and it was in Sheboygan too, but not the whole county. And so for me, when I wanted to have this discussion, I was thinking about like, okay, well, is that part of, for me, that was, it's not a submitted COI. The tribes, right? We haven't been able to understand exactly where they are, but I wanted to look at that one. You had it highlighted, John. There was a 360448 or whatever it was, but it sort of split Sheboygan. And I wanted to try to understand where that split was, or why that county was split that way. Yeah. 25579. Yeah, I think it was a 33828. Yeah, that one. Nope, 36046. Yeah. So trying to understand why, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to look up the text field, which is associated with this, which might have some information. And again, this is all previously submitted information.
Great. And if we can get, I'm thinking of demographics, John. If we can get the non-Hispanic, white, native population, I think that's the right.
Okay, so let's see. I don't know if you want me to read this or.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so it's the one that's highlighted. Population significantly underrepresented many months of the year, as households are secondary and primary residency is credited somewhere else. Very seasonal economy.
Right. Yeah, this one, it didn't help me in terms of why they split the county. Commissioner Lett, do you have a question or a comment?
I have a comment, and I think Cynthia may have some information on this. And my recollection and reading or hearing from Sheboygan was that they primarily did not go east because the major population centers are in like Charlevoix and Petoskey and over that way with the hospitals, especially in Petoskey, and the shopping, et cetera. Am I wrong in that?
Commissioner Orton?
That's what I recall too. And they also said they have a lot of association with Mackinac City and Mackinac Island.
And they use the bridge, right? That easy pass to go over the bridge pretty frequently. And I think we're splitting, if we keep it this way where we split in Sheboygan, I think that splits the actual city of Mackinac.
Especially if they want to go to the UP, they have to use the bridge.
Duly noted. So John, is there any demographic data, or is there any way that you can help me understand potentially why they, again, that reading that description, I appreciated you bringing that up, but that doesn't help me understand why that squiggly line.
Okay.
So I'm thinking of demographics or something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's available in here because these are consolidation of the text files.
And there were maps that Kim Brace gave us that were early on and with the census data that showed us like pockets of native tribes. And I wonder if there's could that be an overlay by any chance? Like, can we have maps with that?
That would be a separate step to create overlays of the,
okay.
See, remember that I do remember this part of our discussion, so I'm just recalling this for your benefit. There were two different discussions. One was on the boundary of tribal areas as designated by the census and the tribal divisions. And then the other area were concentrations of Native American population, which is a separate issue where you might look at areas that have some of the population contained within them that are not strictly speaking on the tribal lands.
Agreed. Thank you. And I see Mustafa Rashid, and then I see Commissioner Orton.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Mustafa Rashid with the Department of State. Just to maybe give some help, if you consult that large packet from MGGG, next to the COI you're referring to, in the individual area section, it says Northwest Lower, tourism and agriculture, seasonal economy, many second home properties not reflecting the true size of the population. That was submitted with the COI information.
Number 36046, that one?
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton.
What I remember when we had the native population pulled up that a couple weeks ago or whenever that was, what comes to mind is that it was different parts of the UP, especially around Sault Ste. Marie and then Emmett Township. So in this case, either way, we wouldn't be disturbing that.
And based on the verbal description, there's no mention of this corresponding to any Native American populations. It was a different COI.
Okay. Commissioner Lett.
As I recall that discussion on the Native Americans, the maps showed where their concentration was, but it wasn't a very significant concentration.
Agreed.
There just wasn't a lot of population.
Right, not a lot of population. And I think there was, what I was looking at in Districtor was the reservation. So I was trying to minimize the amount of disturbance of the reservations. At this point, I don't know, Commissioner Eden.
Something else that it also showed was that there was a greater population density on the east side of the state rather than the west side of the state. So what I keep coming back to is, why have we decided to put the eastern part of the UP along with the western side of northern Michigan instead of the eastern side, if they both have, a higher density of population of that community?
Which community?
The Native American community.
So your memory is that the eastern side has a higher Native American population. Is that accurate?
Than the western side with like Emmett, Grand Traverse. That's what I believe.
Interesting. I had the exact opposite. I thought it was the western side that actually has the higher density of Native American. And I see a question or an answer. Sorry.
Commissioner Zatella has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's actually the opposite. It's the Emmett County is where the native population is, because that's where the Little Bay tribe is. And then there's more in Leelanau. So if you look at the Upper Peninsula, and I can share the map if you guys want to see it, the eastern edge of the Upper Peninsula has a very high concentration of Native Americans, because that's where you have your Chippewa tribe in the Sault Ste. Marie area going down to Mackinac. And then Emmett itself is where the Native American population is. And there's virtually none once you get over to Sheboygan and Montmorency and Alpena.
Commissioner Ede.
Can we put that map up just to so we're all clear? I may be mistaken, so I'd like to know if I am.
Yeah, I can share it. John, is that okay? I think you might have your screen shared right now, so I'm gonna, there we go. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So that's non-Hispanic Native population.
Yeah, and this is the map that I was thinking about. Thank you,
Yeah.
Rebecca. This is great. So at this point, adding Sheboygan or not adding Sheboygan to this sort of tip of the mitt and this, what is, I guess, this second district that we trying to adjust the maps, right? Version 1, version 3, and trying to adjust them. I'm trying to, I guess I'm just going to suggest that we take the whole county rather than a portion of it. I don't have a reason to divide it. And again, it's because of the public comment. And I do like the idea that Commissioner Witch has had of removing Kalkaska, which is, yeah, to keep the population together. But I want to acknowledge that this is significantly adjusting, version 1 or version 3. And yeah, I guess I'll just take a risk and just say that's what I want to do and figure out how that works.
Okay, so we're back to the adding Sheboygan County to the District 2 that's on the screen is what you're talking about?
Yes, but District 2 is not on the screen yet.
I'm going to share the Zoom again.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, before we do that, let me go back to what Steve mentioned about Kalkaska and the people who use the hospitals and the shopping over on the west side. I see Kalkaska in the same position, using all that's over in Traverse City. It's the same argument. So you're proposing taking Sheboygan and moving it to the green and then eliminating, well, not eliminating, but moving Kalkaska over the orange.
You're right.
But
yes.
It's the exact same argument. So why do we make the change?
I think the reason is it's this. So the number of people in Kalkaska who've given public comment are not as high as the number of people in Sheboygan. That's the first one. There's more of a shoreline feel. And I do like the idea that we're not splitting then the city of Mackinac. And we could just take the city of Mackinac too then and leave Kalkaska. But because of, again, there's a number of people from the Sheboygan side and that tip of the mitt feeling. And that's why I'm willing to swap. That's the only reason.
Okay, I'll buy into that.
Any other comments? And I think we're working on version 1, map version 1, and adjusting that. John, please.
Okay, so Sheboygan County. All right, so I'm going to show multiple districts here. I want to do the current and adjacent districts. Okay. So because we have such a numerical distance between this District 2 and this District 38, I brought up the data view so you only see those 2 districts. So at the moment, you see the population of District 38 and District 2. And at this point, after we make this change, if you like it, you probably would consider renumbering it to 37.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satella, you're off mute. Do you have something you want to share?
Okay, so again, if you put all of Sheboygan into District 2, then you're over by 10%. And now you're talking about taking Kalkaska out.
Correct.
Okay, so that District 2 then would be over by 3.45. And as we discussed, the District 38 is under by 4.22. And to Commissioner Witch's point, between the two, they're closer to a zero population balance.
I'd like to leave it at that. And do we need any rationale?
Renumber for purposes of moving forward to 37.
I'm okay with that. And I'm seeing some thumbs up around the room here. Commissioner Witches.
I also want to mention, I know that blue region or the blue line that we have drawn for the community of interest, to me, it seems like we're taking more area of what would be encompassing of that blue line by adding Sheboygan and removing Kalkaska. So I feel like we'd be preserving at least some sort of community of interest here
Thank you
by
for
doing
that.
that particular adjustment.
Thank you for that rationale. Department of State, were you able to capture that? Thumbs up. Thank you.
Just
So I've,
one question that I have. What was the COI number that's listed here?
Sorry, there were two that we were discussing.
It was-
So one, and let me show them both. So there's, there's less consideration. So this is the one that has the jagged boundary, and that looks like that's 36046. We just have to find that other one.
I think it was the one above it, 33,828.
Maybe. Let me see.
Got it. Thank you.
And so Commissioner Orton.
Just to add to those, there have been a lot of public comments on the portal just in the last week or maybe 2 weeks stating that as well, just for the notes.
Yes, it was the one above 33828, it looks like, which has Sheboygan, as you described.
Excellent. Thank you. So my turn is officially over. Who's after Rothorn? Zatella, maybe. How you feeling, Commissioner Zatella? Vice Chair Zatella, excuse me.
Sorry, I was just having problems getting off of mute. I've had better moments. You guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so just to confirm, the red line is the alternate map that we were drawing. Is that right?
That is correct. That's, we're calling it version 3. And now at this point, we've have 38 and 37 in this plan are filled in.
Okay, but they're like way hinky on population.
Well, you've got, again, in the version 1 plan, we have a district 4, 3, and 5. And that's right. The 5 is way off. And one moment. Yeah, 4 is pretty close. And 3, as drawn, 3 is fine. But as we discussed before, drawing 3 this way, I seem to recall that Commissioner Lett wasn't satisfied with this version of District 4 when it was drawn, I think.
Okay. So what I want to do is adjust the borders between 37 and 38 so that those are a little less deviation than they have right now. So the way I want to do that is assign, because it's, 37 is over and 38 is under. So I want to assign some from 37 back to 38.
Commissioner Riches has his hand raised. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Matt, I got a question as to why that would be necessary as we're taking the population difference and it's basically bringing it down to as close to a, well, not 0, but we have one that's over and one that's under. So it's equaling and balancing itself out.
We're within 2,000.
We're within 2,000 of people.
Between the two districts, but we're under
Right.
10,000 in one and over 9,000 in the other.
Of 38 and 37?
And what I'm seeing on my screen is that we're over by 9,000 and 37 and we're under by 11,000 and 38.
Correct, but if you add those two together, the combined difference is close to 2,000.
Well, why not just balance them out rather than have them have such big differences?
Because we'll be able to balance it out later on in other districts down south where it may be more important to do so.
How are you going to balance out the districts in 38 and 37 farther south?
Because you're going to be having to push the districts around now in the top. That's going to have a trickle down effect to where it's going to be at the bottom.
Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Orton have their hands raised. Commissioner Lang first.
I'm sorry. I just want to give everybody a heads up. I just got a severe thunderstorm. And
Can you guys hear her? Because I can't even hear her
I
anymore.
believe what she was trying to say is she just got a notice for a severe storm warning and evidenced by this connectivity issue she's having. I think that's what Commissioner Lang was trying to tell us, that her signal would likely be unpredictable / unstable. But that's my best guess.
That's what we're going to take. Thank you, Commissioner Lang. If you can hear us, thank you. Commissioner Orton.
So Commissioner Zatella, I think one reason that we left it this way when we were discussing it, when we originally made it, is because we were trying to keep the Native American population together, as well as the shapes of these townships and precincts made it very difficult to split and keep contiguous. So that's my recollection.
Okay, but this map that we have right now is still carving off a significant portion of Schoolcraft. So I just don't know why you wouldn't balance it now. It just doesn't make any sense to me to say we're going to pick it up later, because we're not picking it up later. You've got two districts right next to each other that aren't balanced, where there's no place else you can pick it up. So why not try to at least get them a little closer?
Commissioner Witches.
I have a feeling it is definitely going across the Schoolcraft County line.
No,
What is?
yes, Schoolcraft is whole in District 38.
Right. But
So we're not cutting off.
Schoolcraft has a significant Indian population, so you've already split it.
But Schoolcraft County is whole in District 38. So we're not splitting Schoolcraft up at all.
I'm not suggesting we should.
Okay, so where are you trying to find population to move then? Because I really don't quite understand this here. Like we had a problem in 38, we fixed it to balance out in 37, and now we're going to go back and make more problems in 38 and 37. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Okay, well, why don't you just let me show what I wanted to do, and then maybe it'll make sense.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Zatella, and then Commissioner Orton.
Okay.
Can I just say real quick, just to remind our mapper, I think we locked District 38, so.
I was just going to say that, but thank you. You're one step ahead of me. So we had locked District 38 because it appeared that there was a consensus that was an agreed upon boundary. And then we looked at District 37, and now we're revisiting District 38 and 37.
Correct. Commissioner Zatella, take it away.
Okay, so I want you to go to, well, unlock it first. Do that first, obviously. Oh, they're still unlocked. Okay, so go to Mackinac. And the blue lines are precincts up there. Is that correct? They're not, are they townships?
The blue lines are township lines. The yellow lines are precinct lines. So for example, in Mackinac County, all of the voting precincts correspond with township boundaries, except one has 2 precincts.
Okay, so can you take those 4? Actually, I think it's 5.
So there's 3.
Yep.
And then
or
you
5.
want these additional?
Yep. Could you show the box where it shows what the population is? When you do the select box, how it shows the population numbers?
Select using box.
It may not work.
Oh, you already assigned it. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Okay. And then if you move into
Okay.
So if you move into the next county over and grab the Upper Bay and the row of counties underneath it, I just want to see how much closer we can get to have them more balanced. So Bay Mills, Chippewa, Whitefish, Colbert, and whatever's underneath it.
Okay, so do you want this northern one, Whitefish, first?
Yep. Yep. Just select all of those because there's pretty low population. Yep. That one, that one. The one immediately below where you're at, just to the left. Yep, right there. And then the one just stepped below that. Okay. So now we're below 2%. And then 37, I think you have to do that by blocks because it's tied to a wedge on the eastern side.
So you want me to assign the water
The
area?
water.
to
Yep, the
38?
water. I'm not sure why it won't let you reassign that. I don't know why it's doing
Yeah,
that.
sometimes working at the block level, this is a problem that will come up.
Okay. Well, let's just say we all know that's going in 38 for now. So we'll just leave
Okay,
that alone
well,
and clean it up.
let me try the utility and see if we can assign it because it'll show up as a non-contiguous area.
Non-continuous, yeah.
So this is going to create another problem because the islands now in the water have to be manually adjusted. I remember this being a difficulty before, and I think this is one of the reasons why you looked at going a different way previously. So now the discontiguities are showing the islands, which would be they would be associated with District 38. Then I have to select the water area here.
But once you select that water area, wouldn't that island be included anyway, or does it go farther down?
No, the water, as it stands now, the island area is currently associated with District 38. So you potentially have to choose which district the uninhabited island would be in. And then there's an issue we discussed before about the islands being contiguous to the county they're contained in. But since you split the county, we have to go in and contemplate each individual island, each individual water block.
Okay, so it's just that little island. Is there another one?
Yes, there's at least 2 more islands that we've seen before in this area.
Can you click on them so I can see kind of where they're at?
So there's one that's assigned to District 38 as it stands now, but then the water area
water
is
is different,
assigned to
yep.
37.
So what's the
And then-
next one?
And the other one is here.
Can you scroll out a little bit? Yep, zoom out. Okay, so they're right off of those 2. So then take those 2 back out. Put them back to 32. They were originally with 37.
So, okay, so you're contemplating keeping those islands with 37 instead of 38?
Well, unless you're saying we can't reassign them to 38 because they're in the water, right? Am I understanding you correctly?
They are assigned to 38 currently. It's the water area that's assigned to 37.
Okay, and what is the water tied to? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's probably a block or several water blocks. So we'd have to look and see what the shape of those hypothetical water boundaries are. So in this case, you would probably consider taking a portion of the water boundaries and water blocks into District 38 so that the islands are contiguous in terms of this plan. So for example, this water block is assigned to 37. We would assign that to 38 potentially. And then the surrounding water blocks, unless there's a conflict with these water block areas that creates a further discontiguity.
Okay, so you can assign that block 11881 to 38, and then that solves the problem with respect to this particular island. Is that right?
Depending on how it affects the other districts. I can try that. Okay, so that one island, we now have a small water block which connects to the uninhabited island.
Okay, but the other one, it doesn't look like you've got something similar. Is that right? I don't think that was it. Yeah, it's farther over.
Okay, so that water block appeared to take in a coastal boundary that is probably tied to a certain amount of distance from the coastline.
Okay, and then it looks like that created a few more discontinuities. Can you check it again? Yeah, look at all those little guys. I can see them.
Yeah, now there's 17.
Can you select those and change them over to 38 and see if that gets rid of the last one?
Commissioner Orton has her hand raised.
Go ahead.
Since these are all just zero population, could we take care of cleaning it up later and just look at the district and make our decision on that?
What do you think, Commissioner Zatella?
I don't have a problem with that.
The only thing I'd add is that I'm not certain it will work. It may work, but I can't say without doing it whether it will work in the manner that we assume it will work.
Okay, and the goal, Commissioner Zatella, right, was to get closer to population because there's zeros like these. We're more or less, we've got a rough number that you can use to continue your experiment here, right?
Right. So the point was to get 38 more full so that we have more room in 37 in the lower peninsula to add and subtract if we need to.
Okay.
Rather than having 10,000 shy in 38. And, you know, that was the point, was just balance it more. So we're in a little more solid footing moving down because we're going to need it more farther down.
Okay. And how are you feeling? Yeah, go ahead.
So can you zoom out a second, John, so I can see kind of where we're at? Okay, zoom out a little more.
Commissioner Clark has his hand raised too.
Yeah, I understand what your objective is, Rebecca, but we still have a difference of 2,000, which is what we started with.
It was 10,000.
No, Commissioner Clark is correct. The difference between the two districts is cumulative 2,000.
Oh, you mean the cumulative? Yeah.
Between 37 and 38, it made no difference between those two.
Correct.
Commissioner Witches.
And then to add to that, I mean, we changed the population here, but we were already in compliance with the populational rules anyway. And now we just broke up more things here just to get closer to zero.
And that's a bad thing because
it does. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, you don't think it matters. I'd rather have them be closer together so we're closer to one person, one vote. You may not think that matters. I wouldn't have had us do it if I didn't think it mattered. So we can just agree to disagree on that one.
Closer to one person, one vote. It's a reasonable rationale to try to. I mean, we're doing our due diligence at this point. And Commissioner Lang is back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. All right, can we scroll into 3 and 4 a little bit?
Scroll which way?
Like zoom in so I can see them a little better.
Okay, I'll zoom to District 37 first.
Okay. And again, the red lines are the alternative plan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the colored are, I think this is plan 3, potentially.
Yes, I can turn off the red lines for a moment if that helps.
Yeah, if you could, that would be helpful. Okay. And then for 4, that's the one where we're quite a bit under. So can you do what you're doing? So 3 we're under, 4 we're under. Could you put the labels back on for counties? What would everyone think about pulling more from the center into 4 and making that part of that shoreline district? Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Commissioner Ede and Commissioner Orton.
I mean, from here, with the change of having Sheboygan with Emmett and the rest of the western part of the state, I think if you combined 3 and 4, but took out Midland and Bay, that might be the only way to make the population work, because right now 3 and 4 are both, actually 3 is okay, but 4 is way short.
4 is not short. 4 is
4 is
Over. 3 is under.
5 is the one.
What am I
that's
looking
right
at? That's
out.
way over. Oh, 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is, it's an incomplete district and it was left incomplete.
And Commissioner Orton gave a thumbs up.
I was just clarifying that 4 was over.
Yeah, I mean, because the way we have these balanced right now, I mean, we're trying to create 2 shoreline districts, but we don't have the population for it. And with the one that's on the Huron side, if you pull into Bay City, you're then separating it from Saginaw, which we received a lot of public comments about them not wanting to be separated. But if you pull off Bay City, Midland, and Saginaw, and otherwise fold in Alcona, Alpena into those central counties, I don't know. I think that might make more sense than the way we have it, because this is what Steve wasn't happy with before, is that we don't really have the population to make that coastal district without pulling from the center or getting into the Bay Area.
Agreed. And I remember that, the idea of doing it in the House districts, trying to attempt a shoreline district in the House districts seems to make more sense to try to do it in the Senate district. I mean, we did do it in 37. I mean, we've got sort of that was the rationale anyways with adding Sheboygan and taking Kalkaska out, but I don't think we have to stick with it. I do think it's more difficult and to try to do shoreline at the House level and to keep us, population contiguity and just respecting COIs here. The Senate seems like a really important way to go.
All right, well then let's try this for District 4, John. Can we take off Midland and Bay counties?
Okay, so Commissioner Zatelli, you're moving on to another district. So
Yeah, unless someone else.
to 37.
Kind of yeah. Well, we can let someone else have their turn actually, if you want.
Are you satisfied, Rebecca Zatelli, Commissioner Zatelli?
So formal. See. I mean, I'm satisfied-ish. I wouldn't say I'm satisfied, but I'm satisfied-ish.
Okay. Please note the ish in the log. Commissioner Orton.
I'd like to request a break before we move on.
Hearing no objections and a little bit of laudatory praise, I will, and I see our Director, Secretary of State, Sarah.
Just for the record, Commissioner or Chairperson Kellum had to restart her computer, so she is not currently on.
Thank you. Then, hearing no objection, I believe we can recess for 15 minutes, which means we will be back here at 2:20, please.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:21 p.m. Will Michigan Department of State please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please state during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and state from which you are attending. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present,
Richard Weiss.
attending remote,
Sorry, Commissioner Wagner, go ahead.
attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, you can go ahead, General Counsel.
I apologize for the interruption. If Vice Chair Zatella could share her location for purposes of the public record.
Sorry about that. Attending remotely for Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you, General Counsel. Thank you, Vice Chair Zatella. I lost connection. Well, my Zoom app started acting really strangely. So I believe Vice Chair Zatella had finished her turn. Commissioner Rothhorn was continuing the facilitation of this part of the mapping process and us reconciling with some areas that we've already drawn. And so I believe the next Commissioner Rothhorn, correct me if I'm wrong, would be Janice Follett.
We have Commissioner Clark would like to speak. Sorry.
Thanks. I want to go back to what Rebecca had proposed for the UP.
Okay.
I felt by looking at that my preference would be the original prior to the modifications, and the reasons being that all of a sudden we began splitting up counties up north, up in the UP. And that is one of the criteria that we have to consider, is keeping the counties together and the cities together and so forth. And population wise, it was kind of a net zero as far as the differences between the two scenarios. So I just wanted to, for the record, say that my preference is to go back to the original. I yield.
Commissioner Orton.
I also preferred the original, mostly because when we did it the first time, we looked at the Native American population and felt that that was good. I do like it to be less deviation, but it seemed like we did that for a reason, and I felt comfortable with that.
Commissioner Lett.
Can we bring those back up so we know what we're looking at?
I need just a moment. I'm backing up what we've done so far.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just offer one of the reasons I thought it was useful to go through with what Commissioner Zatella was going to was that I do think we are, right? Part of me knows that we should be starting down in Southwest Michigan, starting in the Detroit area, right? There's a lot of population, a lot of complexity. So the more, the more closely we are up on top here in the UP, the closer we are to zero. That was my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Zatella, but that's right. The closer we are to zero up at the top, the more likely we are to be able to closer to zero at the bottom, and maybe get. And I say the bottom. What I mean is the Detroit area, right? That we're hampered by not having this data available to us. We are trying to use our time well. We only have a certain number of days, so we're trying to use today and tomorrow, finish these Senate maps, and yeah, but we're not able to start where we potentially have a lot of deviation that we can expect. So you're trying to get closer to zero, where we have population that is easier to change. Is that an accurate reflection, or am I just making stuff up?
Are you asking me to speak, MC?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I'm not super concerned about splitting up counties. That's the last criteria, or one of the last criteria we have. One person, one vote is well before that, and is actually the first criteria. And I just think it's going to be difficult to go through 38 districts and get to the bottom and be like, oops, well, we need to go back up and adjust. I'd rather get our top ones balanced rather than have to come back later and redraw every single district line all the way back up the state. I just don't think that makes sense. But I mean, whatever.
And I would have to echo that only because I have, those are the comments that I've had before when we've had concern about deviation. And this is my personal style of work. I'd rather correct something in the moment when we have an opportunity, as opposed, especially since we have significant work to do and we'll have to redo, I'm sure, many things. I'd rather not redo something if we could help it. And as well with the concern for the Detroit metro area.
Yeah, I just think that I would just add to that there just seems to be this ongoing focus on not breaking up the counties, but that isn't even, or not breaking up a township or not breaking up a municipality, that isn't even a requirement. I mean, there's a suggestion on number 6 that we consider township lines, but it's just so low down on our list, it should not be a driving factor. And it seems like we keep wanting to revert to that as being a driving factor. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because it just, is not a high priority at all, and isn't actually a priority to begin with, because it's not one of our constitutional criteria.
I see Commissioner Clark. I think Commissioner, nope, and then Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a constitutional criteria, but the way I look at it, it is a requirement coming out of the public hearings that we had. We heard a lot about keeping cities and counties together. So I look at it as a COI issue and not necessarily a constitutional issue. And then let me go make one more point. When I go back and look at our original map of the UP and the one you drew, the difference in population is net zero between the two maps. About 2,000 difference in one map and about 2,000 in the other. So I don't see where we adjusted the total population for this area of the state to help us when we get further south. Yeah.
Commissioner Lang.
While I still have power, I'm going to say the same thing that Doug just said. We've had a lot of public comment when referring to their communities of interest that have said their township is, their county is. So I do think to some extent we do have to take that into consideration, trying to maintain as much as possible for those areas where they said that. And secondly, I'm getting worried again, because kind of like Cynthia stated last week, even with this updated process, we're taking way too long, in my opinion. And I know we're trying to be thorough, but we've basically done 2 districts in the time that we've been on. And I'm concerned with this process and how slowly it's going. So just wanted to voice.
Thanks, Commissioner Lang. All right, we're going to leave it there. And Commissioner, let's see, it would be, is it Weiss? No, Wagner. No, Villette. Sorry, I apologize. Commissioner Villette, yep.
I would like to gain more understanding of this, and I'd like to continue to observe. So I am passing.
Thank you, Commissioner Villette. Now we're moving on to Commissioner Weiss. No, Wagner. that right? I do
Yes,
not
yes.
have an alphabetical
Yes,
list. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Rothorn, Commissioner Wagner is next.
It is right. However, I have got some major internet issues and I am not tracking. My Zoom keeps locking up. So I would be passing because it won't make any sense for me to add to this when I don't see an accurate picture.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
I guess my question is, do you have your pencils and erasers still?
And I see Commissioner Lang has her hand raised.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Weiss, just real quick, because my internet went out and all of that during the storm. Can somebody tell me what that 37 in the corner of 38 is, just so I'm clear on what's going on with the map?
I'll do my best. That was where the adjustment was from Commissioner Zatella in order to attempt to get closer to the one person, one vote and try to get the population for District 38 closer to the, I guess, a zero deviation. Is that?
That works. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Pencils and erasers are ready, Commissioner Weiss.
All right, I'm just looking.
Okay, so just
yeah.
to be clear, there is a District 3 and a District 4 in the plan that are already drawn. So you have those as a basis to adjust from and make a new district or whatever you like.
I guess I'd like to try to fix District 4 if possible.
Okay, if you're looking just only at District 4 is over by about 14,000.
Right.
And these are the counties that are in it. Presque Isle is 13,000, Alpena is 28, Alcona is 10, Iosco is 25, Aronnax 15, Bay is 103, and Midland is 83. So you're looking to take out some population from one of those areas.
All right, let's take out Midland first and see what happens.
Okay, I'm going to unassign Midland from District 4.
Yes.
And now it's down by 69,000.
All right. How about if we take Tuscola County and add that in there? Yeah, it's in the thumb there.
Yeah, okay, sure.
All right, it looks like we're down a little bit yet.
Yeah, down 15,000.
What if we go into Huron County and start picking up some of the townships? Obviously to the next to Tuscola there, starting at the left side, there's like Seaboing and that. And then take it right up the coast.
Up towards Port Austin?
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah, let's take in Windsor and Brookfield. Right. How about if we go straight up there to the, yes, right there. Add them in.
Okay, Caseville.
And then let's come down to the next row of 4 there. Straight up, yes. To the left there.
Okay, you're under by about 6,000. So Grant and Oliver would be the next two.
Yes, and then go straight up.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark has a question or comment.
Richard,
Yes,
taking this approach, I think what we're doing is locking ourselves in on over at the thumb.
that's what I was thinking too.
And
that-
because that has limited population throughout the whole thumb. And the thumb looks at itself as an entity itself. One of the suggestions I have, and you can think about this, is merge 3 and 4 and take that bottom row on 3 out and get rid of Bay City and Midland, the high population areas, and see if you can create one district out of those two. That's just a suggestion.
I'm seeing some nodding heads around the room.
Yeah, let's give that a try.
Okay, so the summary from Commissioner Clark was to take out the portions of the thumb that we just added, including Tuscola, portions of Huron, and then in addition, take out Bay County. Is that
I
right,
believe that's
Commissioner
what you were
Weiss?
talking about, wasn't it, Doug?
The heavy population, Bay County and Midland, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Midland was already out. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. And then even the county above Bay and the 4 and the orange below, and the bottom 4 and 3.
So I see Commissioner Eads' hand and then Commissioner Lang. Mhm.
So that's just my suggestion, Richard.
Okay, so I took those out for the moment. So now you're looking at 3 as drawn is on the money, and yet portion of 4 is only 35% of the district. So you were contemplating taking out the lower tier from 3, the 4
Correct.
counties.
Those lower, and then add the counties along the upper lake shore.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes,
continue.
I'd like that. Let's try that.
And Commissioner Lang is really trying to get in here, it looks like.
When I gave input about the area which I live, it was kind of dismissed. If you're combining 3 and 4, those areas, those central areas really have nothing in common with these shorelines on either side of the state. And we've actually had public comment about the areas such as Clare, Gladwin, Mecosta, Isabella, Midland, Misaki, about keeping those in. We've had conversations or public comment about the Tittabawassee River and watershed, the Pine River, the Muskegon River, which all kind of flow into that. So I think we need to take into account that also. I'm just telling you, you're going to have unhappy people if you combine 3 and 4. And that's coming from somebody that lives in this area and has read, even though there's been limited public input, has read the input that's been in there. And nowhere does it say Presque Isle Alpena. I mean, it's getting so far out of the way. I would try and keep those central if you can. But that's
So I see
my
John's
input.
hand. Thanks, Commissioner Lang. I see John's hand, and I know that Commissioner Ead wanted to jump in here too. John?
So if you roll back to the original configuration that did include Midland and Bay, that District 4 was not very far off. So if you rolled back to that for purposes of thinking about it again, you might find that you could move one county or a portion of a county between 3 and 4 rather than add to 4 as much as you did. That's just an option.
So you're suggesting going back and putting Bay and Midland back in again?
Well, again, just reverting to your original starting point.
Okay.
And then if you wanted to combine 3 and 4 or not combine 3 and 4, you'll at least be starting from the same place. So just to bring things back to where you were and then take a fresh approach or make an adjustment.
So Commissioner Orton has her hand up, but I know that Commissioner Ead also wanted to get in.
So my issue with this District 4 that we're drawing right now is it's pretty close to what's currently in place. And we had specific comment. I remember someone from Midland who said, Presque Isle is over 100 miles north of me. So I don't know how wise it would be to have a district that, goes all the way from Presque Isle down to the Bay in Midland. Plus, we also heard comments of, Bay being more similar to Saginaw. And I also don't like the idea of going into the Thumb. So I would be more in favor of, taking some off of the bottom of 3, lake counties and all the ones, Lake to Gladwin, taking that out and just adding the right side of the state to it. But I hear what Commissioner Lang is saying too, and that, they might not have as much in common with each other. So I'm just kind of wrestling between those. That might be something we're able to address more in the House districts, because I think the problem we're running into is because of the geography of Michigan, it's going to be hard to reconcile all these.
Commissioner Orton, and then I saw Commissioner Zatella's hand.
Yeah, I agree. When we're doing House districts, might be a little easier to incorporate some of the communities of interest that we're talking about. I wanted to ask Commissioner Lang, I guess, because like Commissioner Eads said, due to the geography, we can't really keep that whole middle group together. We have nowhere to go on the outside. So what about, I remember the public comments about some of these counties, but I don't remember about Montgomery, Oscoda, and the one below that. I can't read it. Ogama. Would those with what is in currently District 4 be possible?
Mount Morrissey, Oscoda, and Ogama with District 4 would definitely make more sense. If that's what you're asking, as far as joining those with District 4, yes, that would make more sense.
What about adding Otsego into that mix, Commissioner Lang?
That might be more of a Commissioner Lett question. That's getting up in his area. So I'm not completely familiar with Otsego.
Thank you.
All right, John, I got to try something here. Would
Okay.
you zoom in on Midland County a little bit and taking a look at those 4 townships above that are right next to District 3?
Okay, so at this point, we're looking at, if you're looking at District 4, it's over by 14,000. So you'd be taking away from District 4.
And adding to 3.
Or you could leave them unassigned and not add them to 3.
Well,
But you're talking about these 4 up here
yes.
adding to 3.
See
Got
what
it.
the
I see.
population is there.
Okay, so 4,000 plus about 3,000 is about 7. That'll split the difference and bring you to about 3% over on
All right,
4.
let's try that.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, while you're doing that, John, let me make a comment. As we move further south, particularly on the east side of the state, all of a sudden we hit the industrial area, Midland, Bay City, Saginaw. We go almost immediately from rural to industrial. And I remember when we were at Midland, got a lot of comments to keep Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw together. I do remember that. But what bothers me the most is that split from rural to the industrial, because that's really the second biggest industrial area in the state, the biggest one being down in Detroit. So I just want to throw that out.
Okay.
Looks like we fall within our
Yes,
deviation.
that's right. It's 2% over in District 4, and it's only half a percentage over 1,300 people in District
Unless
3.
somebody has any other suggestions, I guess I would leave it that way.
Yeah, I guess, I'm just going to come back, Richard, to what other people have said. I think Anthony said it and Doug said it too, like to have Midland and Presque Isle together feels like that. Yeah. So I do think taking Midland out, taking that bottom section of 4, right, the southern section, most southern section, and trying to add the top counties in 3, right, 2, 4, and removing the Midland area because of that, what Doug just said. And trying that maybe, yeah, quote unquote, the better idea that you were looking for. I don't know if it's better. It just feels like it might represent better the
top section of District 4, that county. How many's in that county?
It's about 12,000. If you're talking about Presque Isle.
Yes. If we were to add that to 3, sound like a good idea?
No, I mean, that wasn't my suggestion, if that's what you heard.
Where would you like me to put it?
Sorry, what I was trying to do, Richard, was summarize some of the comments that Anthony and Doug both said. And I think Rhonda, do you want to try to summarize it, or is that why your hand's up?
I was going to make a suggestion.
Please.
I would suggest possibly adding to District 3, Mecosta, Isabella, and Gratiot. We had public comment about that, and taking off some of those ones that are closer to Lake Shore, like you were considering.
Taking off Montmorency, Escoda, and Ogama, those 3?
Right. I'm not sure what the population deviation would be by doing that, but in my other input on it, when you're getting into that Bay, Midland, Saginaw, we had repeat public comment about Bay, Midland, Saginaw, but we also had repeat public comment about keeping Midland County kind of with the inner ones. So we've got conflicting communities of interest there too. So as this one sits with 4, you're leaving out Saginaw. So I think we need to do better. I'm just saying, I don't necessarily know the answer. I would add some of those top ones in 3 to 4, and I would add some of the southern ones underneath 3 to 3. That would be my suggestion.
Go ahead, Richard, if you want.
I'm thinking. I know I have seen the comments. I went through some of mine, and there was people that wanted Midland to be by themselves, not with Bay and Saginaw. And then I've seen other comments where all 3 together. I guess I'm not sure what I want to do here. How about some help?
Commissioner Ede?
What you could do here, and we kind of reflected this in the house map a little bit with the county of Grand Traverse. It does get kind of into 37, but we've heard the big difference between the north part of Grand Traverse that contains the city, which associates more with Leelanau, than the southern part of Grand Traverse that associates more with what we have in District 3 right now. So maybe we could, it is splitting that county, but we could go a little bit into Grand Traverse, and then maybe to make up for that population, put a little bit more of 37 along Benzie possibly. And then that way you could, you might not have to get into Midland at all. But I don't know, this is a tough one.
Richard, you were asking for help. Do you? Oh, and Rhonda, yeah, thank you.
Just to let you guys know, the public comment about the watersheds for this area, I did a little bit of research on it. Particular rivers that were mentioned was Muskegon River, Pine River, and Chippewa, and they're all kind of a tributary to the Tittabawassee. So when you look at the counties for that you're looking at Mecosta, Isabella, Midland, Roscommon, Misaki, Wexford, Clare. And that's it for those one. Oh, Osceola, Nuevo. So, I mean, if you look at that community of interest, again, that's moving it farther down. So I don't know if that helps, but I'm kind of adamant about that section 3. I just feel goes too high and you need to add some into 4.
Commissioner Eden.
So I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Lang, but another thing we could do is put 3 with 4 and then have a District 5 that includes Osceola, Clare, Mecosta, Isabel, Nuevo, Montcalm. Because that area, it's going to be, I mean, the populate, if we don't do something with these, then I don't think it's going to work on population. It would work. There is enough population to put 3 with 4 and then put Osceola, then make a District 5 or whatever we're calling it, 30, 35, I think it would be at that point. You could put Osceola, Clare, Mecosta, Isabella, Nuevo, and Montcalm in its own district, making a whole nother one that would respect those watershed areas you were just speaking of.
Commissioner Witches.
I think I want to, I'm going to agree with Rhonda. I don't think District 4 here as drawn should go that far south. Try taking Iosca. Can't read the other one. Ellenac Bay and Midland out and grab ones from 3 and put it into 4. Ogama, Oscoda, and the one above that.
Montmorency.
Montmorency, put that in 4. Take away the bottom ones that are Bay, Midland, and one that starts with an A that I can't see. Aranac.
So Commissioner Weiss, you were asking for help. Is that okay?
Yes, go for it.
I just don't think that district should go that far south.
Okay, so Commissioner
you're right.
Witches, are you making the suggestions on behalf of Commissioner Weiss?
Go ahead, Dustin.
I guess I had to go ahead.
Okay, so talking about adding these 3 counties
For now.
and to 4 from 3.
Yep.
Okay, so now 4 is overpopulated by about 40,000.
All right, so let's get rid of Aranac Bay and Midland counties.
Okay, that'll be considerably more, but I understand what you're doing. Let's do one at a time here. So Midland, and that'll also take that tier of counties out of 3 for the, or tier of townships out of 3 as well. Okay, so that's just with Midland. So you still have Bay in the District 4, and now it's underpopulated in District 4, including Bay.
Okay, well, let's continue to take those Bay and Aranac out.
Bay out and Aranac?
Yep. Does anyone have any thoughts about taking District 4 and moving it into 3, going to the southwest? Rhonda, this might be one for you to come in at.
When you say to the southwest, what are you talking? Like into Gladwin and?
It sounds like basically combining 3 and 4 again is what it looks like.
Right, combining 3 and 4, taking the northern districts of let's see, the top 3, like Crawford, and the 2 that are one to the north and one to the west of Crawford.
Otsego and Kalkaska.
I would say try that, but
Okay.
I would caution trying to get too far south again, just because the areas are different. But
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah. The northern I could see, but I'm not from that area, so I couldn't say completely what those areas are like, but it would make more sense.
So Otsego and Crawford and Roscommon into 4?
No, Otsego, Crawford, and Kalkaska.
Okay, at this point, District 4 needs 93,000 people.
Commissioner Eden.
I'll just say there are, let's see, 33, 15, and 23. That's about 90,000. If you have Wexford, Misaki, and Roscommon, thank you.
Do that.
Commissioner Wittress, you want me to take Wexford, Misaki, and Roscommon
Yes,
into 4?
for now.
May I suggest that I think instead of Wexford, Aranac is closer to the, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, now you might look at Aranac because you're 21,000 off. If you put Aranac, you'd be pretty close.
Pop that back in, Aranac. That way we have a way to work with Bay, Midland, and Saginaw counties here as well.
Okay,
And
so
now we have
here's
something-
the population for 4. And then 3 is only 35% of a district at this point.
Okay.
And 5, which we talked about earlier, was never a completed district. It was just a partial district.
I like that much better. It makes more sense. They just have to fix 3 and 5 then.
and this is where I think Commissioner Lang's, how do we keep 3, that rural center? That's where we're challenged, right? And I see Rebecca, I'm just going to call you Rebecca. Please.
Okay. I was just gonna say maybe for this Senate map, we can't. Just because the populations aren't really there. So maybe we can't get a very rural district for the Senate. I mean, we're trying really hard to make something fit, but I don't know that it's gonna fit.
Thank you. Commissioner Ede?
Wouldn't Oscola, Claire, Mecosta, Isabel, wouldn't all those be considered rural? Like if that's what we're trying to do, but like my understanding was those are rural. Because you could do those if we want a rural district, and I think that's what we have now. I think that's probably what's gonna come next.
I wonder if it's time for us to sort of cap it off with Commissioner Weiss and move on. Do we need rationale? We need rationale.
Yes. So I have a couple of questions for you. As you all engage in editing some of these districts into their more final draft state, I'll have additional questions regarding some of the criteria and how they were considered. So Commissioner Weiss and Witches, who assisted in this district, could you provide additional explanation of some of the changes and the shape that we now see?
Well, I didn't like District 4 to start with because it did go down too far south. I guess I didn't really want to interfere with 3, but I guess it makes much more sense now what Dustin had suggested. It looks a little better. It looks a little different. The only thing is whether we have trouble now trying to fix District 3 up. I was just looking at my notes talking about Isabella and that, and I think it was Commissioner Ede said something about adding those in.
Thank you. Commissioner Witches, do you have additional explanation?
I do not. I echo what Commissioner Weiss said.
Thank you. My next question is, how did you consider COIs when adjusting this district?
Well, I guess I didn't get a whole lot of it other than I understand the rural areas and that keeping them in. And then the shoreline, not going too far south. I guess that's about all I can come up with on that.
I may have some help for you there, Commissioner Weiss, if you want. John, there was a, when we were looking earlier, we did have, I'm almost certain that there was when we were looking at the UP and we were even discussing Sheboygan, there was a COI that was a district, that was, I think may have cut us off or had it was either 3-6, it was one of those bottom two, and it looks like, yeah, in cluster A2 and even A3, but I think when we looked at cluster A2, I'm almost certain it cut off at that Manistee, Wexford, Misaki, Roscommon, Ogama, that line. So that may help provide a rationale there, if I'm correct, at the bottom of the.
Thank you. And my final question relates to the same criteria, constitutional criteria. How did you take reflection of the state's diverse populations into account in this district?
I guess I would look at it, it's more the Upper Peninsula, it's farming area, coastline, a little bit different than being down in the Saginaw, Midland Bay area, different type of rural area.
Are we good, Sarah?
General Counsel, did you have any additional clarification?
Thank you. Yes. So I know when we're speaking that the commission has been considering COIs throughout the process and discussing them throughout this process. I did want to again distinguish between the third criteria, communities of interest, and the characteristics that they show. I know the topic of city, county, township boundaries, particularly for larger political boundaries like counties, that much of the public comment heard was keep the county together, keep the county together, as distinguished from a lot of the public comment about townships, about bonds that the community shares and different things like that. So again, I would encourage the commission to view them absent additional supporting data, supporting community, the designation of the community interests, that those criteria again be manifested separately as they are in the constitutional criteria list.
Okay, I think we're good. And I saw Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just to add to that, that might help you, Sarah. From a COI perspective, one of the things we constantly heard was keep Midland, Bay City, Saginaw together. And so I'd look at that as a COI, even though it may or may not be written in the tool. And we adhered to that by doing the district this way. And then the other comment I had was from a previous question. We originally started going down the coastline and trying to keep the coastline intact. But what we saw was happening was we got too far into the thumb, and the thumb is more or less a region of its own. And so we backed off of that and took another approach. So those two comments to help you out.
And
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Ede, and then maybe.
No.
Oh, General Counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothhorn. I know that the distinction again on the, as far as the diverse population of the state is as distinct from communities of interest, and those diverse populations self-identifying or being identified again by the racial or census data or the ACS data and other data that the commission has in front of them would again be separate and distinct from both the communities of interest as well as compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Again, I know in Ann Arbor, I mentioned that you may have minority communities whose numbers are not sufficient or who do not necessarily, the numbers are not sufficient enough for a racial block voting analysis that was performed by Dr. Hanley. But that they are present in that community and could be maintained under the third criteria.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Ede.
So two things. The comment I was going to make just to support the use of communities of interest for the record is we have had a lot of comments about the Sunrise Coast, which I assume is that right there that we did. keeping that together. But what General Counsel just said brings up a good point that I thought this weekend, as I was contemplating this, I thought maybe we should have a discussion about, or at least I just need clarification, I guess. In the third criteria, when it says to reflect the diverse population, it sounds like, General Counsel, you're saying that that is racial. I wasn't thinking of diverse population as racial. I was thinking of it as farming and lakeshore and things like that. So what is it? Or do we decide?
Certainly the commission decides. It can be racial, again, as long as race is not the predominant factor in redistricting, either under a voting rights analysis or a community of interest analysis. It could be kind of by virtue of location, as you were indicating, center, state, farming community versus a shoreline community. Not versus is not the word that I meant to select, as distinguished from a shoreline community of interest. So hopefully that's helpful. It can be a minority community. Again, I think there are some that Dr. Hanley found that there were no Hispanic or Asian populations that were sufficient in number to undertake a racial block voting analysis. So if those communities, as they're apparent in your data, you can take that under consideration with all the other factors that you're taking into consideration. Just not that would be the primary driving factor.
It's the speed limit, but not the driver. Commissioner Lett, but then it did have Commissioner Eid first and then Commissioner Lett, or unless you have a direct.
I would caution against confusing population with geography. So if you're talking about urban, to me, that's geography. You're talking about rural, that's geography. If you're talking about farmers, that's a population. If you're talking about city dwellers, that's a population. If you're talking about Polish, that's a population. So diverse population is the people in the state, not to be confused with different geographical areas, which obviously we're taking into consideration now when we're drawing the counties and using townships, et cetera. Those are all geographical, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid.
So two things to clarify my understanding. The first is I would like us to have a larger discussion on the first thing that General Counsel said about what communities of interest are and aren't as it pertains to counties versus townships. Because I think she made a great point, and please correct me, I do not want to put words in your mouth, but when people came to us and said, yeah, my specific township has these values and we're similar to this township, well, that could be a community of interest, but I'm not sure if just saying my whole county is a community of interest, meets the criteria that's been established. So I think it would be helpful if we had a discussion about that, because it's something that we keep coming back to over and over. And the second thing is, do we have to justify diversity when we're working in a part of the state that honestly doesn't have that much diversity? I think that's kind of the elephant in the room here. I mean, you look at District 4, you look at most of northern Michigan. I mean, if you look at 3, 4, and 5, it's 91% white, 93% white, and 88% white. So these aren't, there isn't much diversity up there, unfortunately. And I think that's just how it is.
I see Commissioner Lang and then Chair Kellum.
Let's get back to the diversity. We just heard that diversity is not necessarily race. So to sit there and say that there's not a diverse population within northern Michigan, I think some people may take that a little offensively. Diversity can be so many different things. It's not just based on race. I understand just said that it can be, a farming community can be diverse. There's, our job is to define what we feel is diverse, but to say that there's no diversity within this area because 96% is white, that's a little shallow. I mean, I think we need to voice things a little bit better. And I'm not trying to start a thing, but I think when we look, diversity could be LGBTQ. So, I mean, I think we need to be a little more open-minded when it comes to the category of diversity.
For that reminder, Commissioner Lett, but Chair Kellum had her hand up first.
Yes, I won't belabor the point. Commissioner Lang essentially said what I was going to say in line of the conversation of what defines diversity. I also will respond to what was said earlier regarding a township not necessarily, or a county not necessarily being a community of interest. And I think what folks in the community are trying to say is that there is a concentration of a similar interest in which they live, which, speaking to Commissioner Lang and I's point of diversity, then that makes them develop a sense of community that they want to protect. So I think it's our job, because the community, we can't expect the public to know the lingo to use. They're never going to catch up. We can't even catch up to some of the things that we have to learn. So it's our job to do the research to see why these groups of people are calling this township or this county a community of interest. To that point, I would also caution us, just because we hear the word urban and rural, we also know that sometimes those labels can be context for other things. So I just think that we have to think critically about some of these labels, but not overdo the conversation to the point where we're scared to make decisions and justifications. To that point, I just wanted a clarification to make sure I'm tracking. I believe that Sarah Reinhardt asked Commissioner Weiss a question regarding diverse populations in this district. And I'm just trying to track how we've gotten to a discussion of our individual definitions of diversity, just in the essence of time, just to make sure I have an understanding of what this conversation is.
Madam Chairperson, would it be helpful if I repeated the question?
Yes, I thought the question was directed towards either one or two people. And so not to say that everyone can answer, just asking.
Sure. The question was, how did you consider reflection of the state's diverse populations? How did you take that into account when drawing this district?
Okay, yes, I understood correctly.
Commissioner Lett?
I don't disagree that there are more than what's listed on this matrix of white, black, Asian, Hispanic, and minority. But I'll go to our map drawers and say, how can we drill down to see what's other, quote, communities of interest are out there that aren't listed on this matrix?
Well, I believe that the information you're looking for is contained in the ACS data, the American Community Survey. So this may be a point you've heard, but let me repeat this. Originally, the census had what was called a long form and a short form. So you actually had to answer all of these questions. If you were the 1 out of 100 people, or I don't remember I think it was 1 out of 100, they had to answer all the long form questions, which included information about ethnicity. Do you have German heritage? Do you have, in the case of Western Michigan, we've heard a lot of discussion, or a little bit, about Dutch heritage being significant in Western Michigan. That is contained in the American Community Survey. The change was the census decided to get that information using a sample survey, where they use survey data, statistics to capture the same kind of information about the population. So the ACS data can provide the ethnicity information, and that is contained in this ACS data.
Do we have access to that?
My understanding is we do have access to that.
So then the question becomes, how are we going to use it?
And this is where I think we're trying to wrap up Commissioner Weiss's piece, and we'll move on. I don't know if we, through the discussion, have had enough, have we captured enough detail to sort of create a justification? I'm getting a nodding head. All right, and I think that question that Commissioner Lett just offered is an excellent one for us to ponder. John?
I would say at this point, consistent with renumbering District 38 and 37, you might want to renumber this as District 36 if we're counting backwards.
Commissioner Weiss, how do you feel about that?
I don't think that's a problem. I think we can redistrict as we go down the numbers. I mean, I'm looking at the old map and that's kind of what, from the Senate, and it's kind of where they started.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. All right, we put the pencils and the erasers away, right, Mr. Weiss?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. Tell us when you're ready.
I'm not the only one that may need erasers.
We may be moving on to Mr. Witches. I love how I'm jumping around between Mr. and Commissioner, and you'd all just forgive me and just thank you for responding.
Yeah, it looks like it's stuck for just a moment.
Oh, take your time.
Stop this update from happening.
Thank God for your elevated privileges on your computer.
Just for the benefit of the viewing public, it looks like Mr. Morgan's experiencing some computer issues. I think his computer froze up a little bit. So we're just waiting for that to resolve and then we will resume.
Well, should we take a 5-minute break or are we okay? We got it. We're all set.
Okay, Commissioner Witches.
Okay. Well.
Commissioner Orton.
There seems to be a problem with District 36. I think Aranac was supposed to be in there.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Nice catch.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, I'm flipped the coin and I lost, so I'm going with number 3 here. So District 3. So Rhonda, if you see anything that it doesn't make sense, feel free to let me know. Can you grab the 3?
Commissioner Witches, could you speak up just a bit?
Oh, I'm gonna take my mask off. That usually helps. All right, can you take Nuevo, Macasta, and Isabella counties, please, and add that to 3?
And in terms of diversity, Isabella is a large reservation area, Indian reservation.
Okay, so now I think we're gonna start adding townships underneath Macasta. So let's grab the leftmost 4 of Montcalm. And then can you go back to the numbers here?
Dustin, because of one of the public comments we got was because of the Indian reservation, Montcalm and Gratiot were considered sort of in CMU, Central Michigan University was one of those places that sort of united it. And it had been a service area, so to speak, that was working together. And so Nuevo and Oceana, I think Commissioner Lang has talked about as being sort of more similar in terms of counties, and Lake County definitely is, associates more with the Western Sunset District. So that rural district this may be where you want to try to make that. And I see Commissioner Lang's hand.
I was going to make a comment about Nuevo. I've always said that Nuevo does associate with Oceana. In our portal recently, there's been one that talked about Nuevo and Muskegon County associating together also. So I'm kind of conflicted on that one. And another question I wanted to is, we received all of this comment about Midland, basically the Bay Tri-Cities, but we also received a lot of comment about keeping rural Midland with more rural areas. I'm almost wondering, I don't split. I try not to split as little as possible, but it's necessary. If they're specifically talking about the city of Midland and Bay City and Saginaw, the specific cities, there's probably enough there for district. I'm wondering if we could cut Midland City out and add it to 3. That way you're keeping your one that stuck out to me so much, like Wixom and Sanford, talking about them still recovering from the flood and their district working together economically to recover from that. So I'm trying to think of how you can incorporate what we heard from half the people at the public hearings and then the other half of the people, kind of like a compromise. I wanted to know what the commission's thoughts would be on that.
Well, let's try that. If we were to take Nuevo out, add Gratiot, and then take a couple of the western townships of Midland County, let's see where we end up. And also the top 4 on the left of Montcalm. So all of Nuevo and the 4 that I added in Montcalm, let's take those away.
Okay. So that should hopefully just be an undo command or 2. Okay, that reflects where you were before Newego and part of Montcalm.
Perfect. So let's grab the 8 townships that are to the west of Midland. Yep, those 4. Or sorry, those 8. All right, zoom out a little bit for me. And let's grab Gratiot County directly to the south. Okay, so now we're what, 8,000 short? So
Yes.
let's fill in the top little bit of Bay County. The
Bay, not Midland?
No, we're gonna go Bay first.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just a comment, and Rhonda, you may be able to help with this. By doing this, we just set up Newego County to get associated with Kent County. If you look at it, otherwise you're blocking yourself in. So if you don't agree with that happening, then we best revisit this.
We haven't finished the shoreline district either, so it could be associated with shoreline. too.
Correct.
So if you were to take Gibson Township, Mount Forest Township, Pinconning, and Pinconning Township, let's see where we're at there. Actually,
Justin, can I recommend adding that Hope Township, because you got a part of the Tittabawassee River there, and we heard about the river shed or the watershed.
that works. Hope and Mills. I wonder if we should leave Pinconning out for now and include that with Bay. Only you start to work with Midland.
So take out these towns of Bay.
What do you think?
See what it looks like.
Let's try it.
Did you hear the question, Dustin?
I did not know. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat it, John?
Did you want me to take out those 3 townships and the city of?
Well, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Commissioner Eden?
I don't know if this helps you at all, Dustin, but I would suggest maybe taking Lake out of it, and then you can continue doing what you're doing. We heard from some of the other commissioners that Lake and Newego and Oceana might be able to go in that incomplete shoreline one, and that might make what you're doing easier with population.
Well, I'm at 610. Might be good.
Commissioner Lett?
Rhonda, what's your opinion on Lake? I don't see that Lake goes to the coast.
Lake can go either way. There's some areas, once you get over towards the county line, between Mason and Lake, they kind of go hand in hand. But then again, same thing can be said for Osceola County. I have Lake County literally a half mile down the road, I think it is. So it's very rural. It as far as like their main economics. It's more of a tourist type thing, secondary homes, cabins, things of that nature. So I could see in that aspect it going with Mason County, because again, in Mason County with the shoreline, you have a lot of secondary homes and they rely heavily on tourists. Lake County's kind of the same, but yet in the same aspect, those that live there year round could relate to Osceola County. So you could split it either way. You could go Mason with Lake or Osceola, and I think it would be a good fit either way for those.
I think I'm going to leave this as is with the 3 at the top of Bay County for the same reason that we added a little bit of Midland. I drive through that particular area when I tend to go to my cabin, and it seems to be, as soon as you get a little bit north of Bay City, you're in the woods. So I think this is good for now.
Commissioner Lang?
Just want to ask Dustin, when we're looking at shoreline though, would that one little township that rides directly on the shoreline, would that be better associated with the next district that's drawn because it is a shoreline and they might have special, you know, like a lot of the other people on the shoreline talked about erosion of the beaches and stuff. So might they have kind of their own special being on the shore?
Yeah, that would make sense. If we take that one little jut out, Pinconning, and I guess just add the one at the lower left there. Pinconning and Pinconning City, we'll take those out.
You're within 1% right now with, let's see, these 2 townships of Bay.
Right there. Oh, no, I'm going to keep that as is. That should be fine.
I only have one question remaining that I didn't record enough detail on, and that is, how did you take into account reflection of the state's diverse populations when drawing this district?
Commissioner Lett?
Well, one thing is that pertains to Lake County. Lake County has historically and currently a very heavily African-American resort community. So we kept that together. We did not split Lake County. And we kept Lake Osceola, Clare, Gladwin, Mecosta, Isbell, Midland, and Gratiot looking for the rural populations on those. Those would be the things that I would see, and certainly Commissioner Witches has his own opinion.
Works for me.
And there's a large Indian reservation in Isabella.
That's true. And then, did you say Isabella and Gratiot?
Right. The one place that we didn't add was Montcalm. That was potentially, I don't know about the native population, excuse me, the reservation, not the population, but the reservation status in Montcalm. But I do know that the reservation in Isabella is significant.
Okay. Well, the team effort, does that team effort between us 3 kind of answer that question? Because I'm still having a real hard time figuring out how to answer that by myself.
You could also add algae blooms and injection wells, because there was a concern for natural resources with Mecosta, Clare, and Gratiot. So just, Dustin, you have tons of justification if you want there too.
There's a thumbs up over here. Thank you.
Was that, sorry, Commissioner Callum, what you mentioned, was that submitted as a COI?
Yes.
Okay. because I usually ask the questions as distinct questions about COIs and diverse populations, but I will add that as well to the
Well, yeah,
COI.
that's what I was saying earlier. Sometimes a COI comment can speak to the diversity in the area, if that makes sense to you and the rest of the commissioners.
Commissioner Lett.
The other thing to consider, community of interest in Mecosta, that's where Nestle's pulling out all the water from the county.
Actually, Commissioner Lett, they're pulling it out of Osceola too, over by Everett. But their factories in Mecosta County.
All right. Is our rationale ready? And Commissioner Witches, you're satisfied? All right. Is this another ish? Satisfied-ish?
No, I flipped the coin. I was either going to go with 5 or 3, so I'm fine with this.
And would you like me to renumber this?
Please.
And while Mr. Morgan is renumbering that, I just wanted to restate the questions that I'll be asking about the districts so that you can kind of think about them as we're going, and I'll try to record as much as I can while you're drawing or reviewing districts. So the first one is the classic, why did you start where you started, or why did you go where you went? Why does the district look the way it does, or why did you make those changes? So the second question would be, how did you take communities of interest into account? And then also, how did you take into account reflection of the state's diverse populations when drawing this district? Thanks.
Thanks for that heads up. We are on to Commissioner Clark once we have the redistrict, or the district renumbered, the draft district, I should say. And Commissioner Clark.
So let's take a look at number 5, and let's add Muskegon County to that and make it, see what the number looks like. And I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yes, it will. It'll be very close.
Yeah. And that supports the whole lakeshore down through Muskegon. And that was a big issue when we were in Muskegon. So 5 is 9,000 over.
Yes. And if you look at the cumulative deviation, which you were considering earlier.
Correct.
Commissioner Orton.
But then we still need to take into consideration the community of interest of Newaygo and Oceana County.
We do, but take a look at, let's take Newaygo, for example. That's 50,000 people. And then you take a look at Muskegon, that's 175,000.
Yes.
So I think the more logical thing is to follow the coast at this point.
Potentially, but we could look at racial diversity in particular. I think we've got a significant population in Muskegon that may.
Yeah, I think it's south of the city.
Exactly. So the whole county may be different than just taking portions of it with Newaygo. And I see Commissioner Witches' hand too.
That changed my mind.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
Changed my mind.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably one of the few areas where we can have a Senate district represent the lake.
It's true. I'm just not sure that Benzie to Muskegon.
Well, I take that back because
Yeah.
you see that up in Leland and you see it over in 36. Yeah, I take that statement back.
Commissioner Witches.
I agree with you. I would agree that Muskegon up to Benzie would be fine as a Senate district based on the lakeshore.
Yeah.
What I could think of, just a couple of tourist cities on the lakeshore that are going to be in this particular district here. Muskegon being one, Ludington. I think Pentwater is over there. So
Within the Muskingum area?
no, just keep going up north.
Oh, up north, yeah, but that's all in that one
Correct.
district, yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of tourist type of towns on the lakeshore and from Muskegon County all the way up to Benson.
Correct. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to keep this as is.
I think your question that you sort of asked yourself was, where does Newaygo go? Is that also, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that's why I brought that up when we were doing number 35. It's maybe one of those funny looking districts when you keep the rest of the rural areas together. Yeah.
Okay. And so before we call it good, I'm just wondering if, Rebecca, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if John can change the view so that we can see that where we're at. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So this is 5 that we're looking at, what it's currently numbered.
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay. I just couldn't see the statistics the way that it was displaying.
Okay, so what I did is I basically collapsed the data view so that it shows only the districts that are drawn so far.
Okay.
So we
Okay,
have,
thank you.
yeah, got it.
Commissioner Witches.
I would make a suggestion though, to get it closer to 0 deviation. The rightmost 3, little L of Muskegon County, I would potentially take those out.
Let's unassign them at the moment. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Because we're probably going to need that population when we deal with Newaygo. Yeah, now it's more reflective of the codes. I agree, Dustin. So that leaves us still over by 2,000. Okay.
John?
So would you like me to renumber this district?
Yes, please.
You remember your questions that Sarah's going to ask you?
No, I don't remember the questions Sarah's going to ask me. You have to ask me one by one.
Absolutely. So why did you make some of the changes that you made here?
Well, I made the change because we had a district already there and was underpopulated. And the next district, or next township that was further south, filled that void and kept us almost perfect as far as numbers go. So it was the most logical thing to do. And then it also supported the COI that we've heard, all the public comments we've heard about having the Lake Shore represented. And this was an opportunity to have that done in the Senate.
And the final question, how did you take into account reflection of the state's diverse populations?
Well, to me, the diverse population was the lakeshore people and the values that the people living along the lake have compared to those living inland.
Sorry, I mean within the district.
Oh, within this district?
Yes.
Boy, I could need a little help on this. I mean, basically what we were doing was focusing in on the people living along the lake and their economic concerns on the lakeshore, in the lakeshore community.
I see Commissioner Lang nodding her head. Do you want to?
I'll help you out a little bit, Doug. As far as diversity, you have a wide range of people with different economics. You have orchard farmers, you have your industrial areas in Mason County. Also, you have your lakeshore areas. Muskegon County has their population, their African American population living within it. I think there's a broad base of diversity within those counties. Manistee, I'm not 100% positive, but I think you might also have some Native American. I don't. There's a reservation, but there is a Native American tribal community within Manistee County also. So I think you've kind of got the diversity covered from economics to ethnicity covered.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Okay. So after Commissioner Clark, we have Commissioner Eid, I believe. Is that true? Curry. I apologize. Yes, Commissioner Curry, are you with us? Okay. Mr. Morgan.
So earlier I showed or talked about the idea of showing layers from previous regions that you've already done some work in. This might be a good time to either take a short break to regroup or to show some of those layers, because now you're looking at going into either the west or the south central.
Excellent. And we are scheduled to take a break or stop this mapping session at 4:40. So we have about an hour. So the suggestion was to take a break to regroup. Let's take 10 minutes.
I would like to see those overlays. I'm probably gonna go to South Central.
Okay, so I'll bring those overlays up during the break. How's that?
That sounds wonderful. Thank you. And we're at 3:48. So let's take 10 minutes and come back at, I guess that would be, let's say it's 3:50. So we'll come back at 4 o'clock, please.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:02 p.m. Will MDOS please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. As usual, if you're attending remotely, please disclose your physical location and that you are attending remotely when I call your name. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Sorry, Rebecca.
Yeah, present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from me, Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. We're continuing on with new business, and we are working through draft mapping, reconciling the state Senate districts. We left off with Commissioner Eid. And we'll continue with him, who is next in line for draft mapping. So Commissioner Rothhorn, you can continue facilitating this part of the discussion, and thank you so much for spearheading this.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Eid, take it away.
So we're at the areas where we already had different proposals earlier. So the EDS was going to display those overlays for us.
Okay, so I have three overlays to show. So here's one. So this reflects some of the area that was in the central and south central. This is the footprint of the areas that you'd drawn previously. Then I'll add another one. And that's in blue. This area in green is an area that you've drawn in the west area, including Grand Rapids.
That one's a little defunct now because of what we did today.
That's right. And now the red line is a different, slightly different configuration in the west region. It just was in this extra district here. So I just have those on, and you are the districts drawn so far are here, the 5 districts drawn.
There was, I believe there was another one for the Lansing area. Can you pull that up?
Commissioner Riches.
Would it make sense for us just to fill in the blue? Since we came to consensus on that area a while back and see where we end up? Or is that just way too far-fetched of an idea? Well, the map that we just looked at, the blue lines that had the districts that we already drew came right up to where the green district ended. So should we fill in the map with what has previously been drawn and see how that would look so we can take care of one of the regions that we already drew?
Perhaps. Maybe we should review our process a little bit. I guess and Mr. Morgan, you're trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to load that other one you're describing as well. I think I have that handy.
Yeah, so Commissioner Eid was going to ask for another map from the south central area, the Lansing area. Commissioner Witches was proposing that we look at or fill in the area. And I'm just wondering if maybe just to step back, because we did map from the UP, to where we are now. And we had a version 1 and a version 3 map. And I'm just wondering if we, just in terms of trying to get to Commissioner Witches's proposal, did we sort of do we have one map now? Did we sort of blend those two versions or?
Yes,
Okay,
you did,
Great.
basically.
Great. And we're calling up to here. Great. And so that's now version 3, or that's just our version. That's our collaborative map. So we'll just call that's our collaborative map. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Okay. And so Commissioner Witches, what you were suggesting was that we, with our collaborative map, sort of fill in and help our collaborative map become more full with the other parts. Is that what you were suggesting?
Somewhat. What? Stupid ask. What I was suggesting is, since we have, with the map that we just saw for a split second, it had blue lines, which were districts that were already drawn at this particular point in time. Well, now we have the purple too, but the blue butts up basically right to where the green stops. So should we fill those districts in, and potentially even the purple, and do the blending like we were doing earlier in the north, or no?
Okay, yeah, excellent question. I think that's kind of where we're at. And do we have, so how do we answer that question, John? Like, do we have multiple versions of, like, is this just one version? The blue line, is this just one version of the South Central area?
Yeah,
Or?
it looks like there are 2 versions. There may be a 3rd or 4th version, but these are the 2 that I have handy right now. Did you have a different one in mind? If so, I can try to bring it up.
There was one that had Eaton, Ingram, Clinton, and Shiawassee split up into 2 Senate districts. Clinton and Shiawassee included East Lansing, and Eaton and Ingram in a different district included Central Lansing.
Mm-hmm.
We could fill those in and it wouldn't mess with what we've done collaboratively. However, I'm also open to starting like in the Bay Area and going down and filling in the rest of the map, or even starting with Newaygo and filling in that part of the map. I just thought it'd be good to look at what we've drawn to try to consolidate it, like how we have for the upper part of Michigan.
And did you want me to put the western areas back on for Grand Rapids, or that'll be 4, and then the Lansing one you're talking about, I probably have to find that one. I know what you're talking about though.
Well, what do you guys think? Should I fill in that Lansing area, or should we go with Bay, Saginaw, Newaygo, that part?
Just flagging that Saginaw is one of the areas that will require closer attention and VRA considerations. So is scheduled for this Thursday when Mr. Adelson will be present.
And I'll just try to answer that question, Anthony. I love the idea that we would actually leave today, and we've only got about half an hour left of mapping, but the idea that we would have our sort of draft maps with sort of draft numbers that reflect sort of an area. So I do like the idea of filling it in, and so what I think Dustin was suggesting. Yeah, exactly. Which part? So the whatever part, I guess, because it's your turn, Anthony, right? The idea that you would choose something to help us sort of consensus around it. That's, I think, if you have a feeling, about which area to help fill in, that feels, I think like a good way to go. And I see Commissioner Lang's hand.
I was just going to say, I think it might be more productive if we carry on working from that northern area down, because we may have to cut into some of these areas that were already done in the blue and the pink to make a full district.
And to Commissioner Lang's point, with these outlines, these layers on, you have some idea of what you've already taken into account, so that maybe you'll see where you have crossover or where you have overlap. I mean.
Okay, so let's go with Newaygo then, and we'll go down from there.
Okay, so I have the green and the red are the boundaries of some of the areas you previously considered. And I'm going to change it from green to blue, I think.
Numbers wise, do you know how many? So we have Ottawa County, Kent County, Iowa, Montcalm, and Newaygo left in this area. Do you know about how many Senate districts we can make out of that area?
I'll have Kent look at that as we're drawing, but since all of this is unassigned, you could just create a district of all those counties one time, and then you'd have an idea of how many, how much population is in there, because none of it will affect what you've drawn. So, for example, Newaygo, Montcalm, and Kent, are enough for, I think, 3 districts. But as you add other districts in Ottawa, it'll change it up a little bit.
I'm looking at Newaygo, Montcalm, Ionia, and Kent, and that's 841,000. So you're looking at 3 and some districts.
Yeah, let me just, if you'd like, I could do that on the screen here, and it'll just show you, how many districts that would be in those multiple counties.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so those 3, that's enough for one whole district plus 192% of another. So that's 3. And then you have Ottawa, and you want Ionia as well. Ottawa, and then you have a little bit that's unresolved there. So that's 3 districts worth of population. Plus you throw in that area, and you'd have to take something out on the edge, but that's basically 3 districts. If you go beyond that, you would look at a 4th or a 5th. And you can see how on the layers, there's 1, 2, 3 districts in that area, but you've also got the outer area that's not assigned.
Okay, so let's combine Newaygo and Montcalm.
Would you like me to use District 33 for this?
Yes, that sounds okay.
Because at this point, we don't have any other pre-existing districts. Okay, so that's 116.
Okay, let's add Ionia to that. Okay, and then let's take the rest of Muskegon County.
Okay.
Is that one township isn't in the county?
No, that's in Ottawa County.
Interesting. Huh. Wow. Okay. Well, doesn't really matter for these purposes. But interesting to point out. It's always interesting to me how some of these county boundaries are drawn. Let's take that one county in Ottawa and the counties in northern Kent. I'm sorry, the townships in northern Kent.
Okay, the area that is in this section?
Yes. And let's just take the ones that are outlined in that red line to kind of make it congruent with what we drew before and see if that works.
It should work. Pretty close.
So we need 26,000.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's add those two that are, yep, right there. Okay, now we're down 11,000. We're in the correct deviance, but I'm wondering if we can get it a little lower. Any advice on where to go from here?
Well, you can, but if you're trying to keep it rural and sort of ex-urban, yeah, Rockford is more like sort of a, maybe Rockford may be a different character, and Grattan and Virgin may be more of a, the same character.
And I think if we do that, it would put us probably at around 3% or so.
Commissioner Witches.
So we've also been getting a lot of public comment saying to try and blend them in some areas too, rural and urban or suburban areas to have everyone, have the elected official have a foot in both areas, so to speak. So Rockford could definitely work.
All right, let's assign Rockford to it then.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, from the conversations I had over at Grand Rapids, Rockford's considered really part of Grand Rapids or a suburb of Grand Rapids. I would tend not to take that out of this, and I would tend to go south, those two townships that John's got the pointer on.
And further south, there's Lowell, and I have a memory of, and I think maybe that's where the line to that red line that we drew, Lowell did not want to be associated with the Grand Rapids area, that it was more rural. I have a public comment. I'm trying to find it if we need to, but I'm pretty sure that we got public comment in the portal as well as in person about Lowell.
Okay, let's do Grayton, the one under it, and Lowell. That's about a little under 12,000.
You'll be isolating Virgins.
No, let's take that as well.
Okay, got it. And you want Lowell Village,
Yes.
but not Lowell Township.
Correct. Well, actually, I really don't like splitting a village from the township. No, undo that. I don't want to do that. What if we just have Grattan and Virgins? What is that? Where does that leave us?
You're at 1%, 3,000 difference.
Okay. What do y'all think?
Well, what I'm thinking is that if you add Lowell and Lowell Township, we'd be over, and we have a significant amount of underpopulation in our other districts, right? So I think it wouldn't be wrong to be over and within the limit, the deviation.
If we had both that village and that township, how much over on the population would we be?
That will add 10,400.
So we'll be out of the range necessary.
Actually, you'd be under 4%.
Oh, okay. Well, let's try it.
Or around 4%.
%2.8%. Okay. Yeah, for now, I think that's pretty good. We're gonna have to split Grand Rapids, a few ways. That's why I asked y'all for the population numbers at the beginning, because this leaves us with another at least 2 districts in the area.
This spreadsheet just shows the cumulative deviation of, I guess, the 6 districts drawn so far. And that's by overpopulating the last one slightly.
Not bad, not bad, everyone. I think I'm good with this. As far as rationale, I think it meets the most of the rationale we've said previously when we've drawn it. It pretty much respects the lines that we've drawn in our first draft. So I would have the same rationale as what was given for those.
Actually, in the previous draft, where the red line kind of intersects in the middle, it was 2 separate districts. Is that correct?
This is a different district in the previous draft that went, all the way over here.
So could you just provide any additional explanation about?
So I think it respects communities of interest and the fact that it is a more ex-urban district around the greater city of Grand Rapids, while still having some diversity as far as the population of the people in that district.
And can you elaborate on how you took into account reflection of the state's diverse populations when drawing this district?
Zero population.
See, I'm having a hard time on knowing, how to answer that question. That's what I asked for clarification on earlier. Does anyone want to help me on that?
Please repeat the question.
How did you take into account reflection of the state's diverse populations when drawing this district?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I would say that what we did was kept the diversity relatively constant and in a rural sense, and avoided the high density city that was close to that area, both Rockford and Grand Rapids and East Grand Rapids, the whole Metro 6. We avoided that and kept the urban together.
Commissioner Reed, there's a small portion of township contained within Rockford. Did you want to put that in the district, the unassigned area around Rockford?
It is zero population.
Yeah, it's one census block that's part of the township out here.
Unassign it and we'll put it with whatever we put Rockford with later.
And in terms of process, I wonder if it's appropriate at this point, as commissioners, do we want to just make sure that we do delegate that kind of cleanup to our consultants? Because we are going to try to, before the end of this week, try to get as much as we can in this sort of cleanup. So if we can sort of just assume that we're going to have some sort of list of the things that were cleaned up, or some sort of decision-making that you can help us with at the end of the day. But if you all notice these things and just bring it to our attention on the day after, that might be something we could agree on. And I see Commissioner Orton's hand. Sorry, John.
I think that would be great if we can do it for zero population areas, such as water and things like that. But we don't need to, I would think we wouldn't need to make a decision on with zero population.
We will not be assigning population. I won't be anyway.
And one of the things I'm challenged with is because we do have the differential assignment, right? So the census blocks may say zero, but we can't be certain of that. Is that true?
Well, okay. So to answer that question, there's not going to be another bit of information about that. So they're not going to give you a different set of population statistics. If, for example, in that there are in fact 2 people in that block, I don't think that's that you're not going to get other information about that. More likely, they've adjusted population, between adjacent blocks, nearby blocks, and then as you go up in the hierarchy of geography, it'll wash out. So in this case, you really don't have any way of knowing what's there. The census doesn't provide that original data that they added noise into.
So we can just assume that it is 0, even though we know that there's, potential. Commissioner Clark.
We can assume it's 0 today, but we're looking at a 10-year plan. So people could move into those areas.
Yes, but at this point, you're just doing a legal description of, it'll be, for example, the village of Rockford and then the portion of whatever the township is, in that area. It'll have a legal description. People are going to move all the time. Yeah, that doesn't really impact what you're doing here.
And I'll try to clarify the suggestion that I was making in terms of like cleaning up. If there is population, but you notice that it wasn't cleaned up or it needs to be cleaned up, if you just bring it to our attention the next day or something like that, or whenever it's appropriate, like so we can go through a list, that may be an efficient way for us to proceed.
Yeah, generally we can try to do that for you. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Eden.
Can you just zoom out? I'm following along on my device here.
And then Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I actually have to leave a little bit early today, so I just wanted to let everybody know I am heading out, and I will see you guys tomorrow in person.
Thank you. So where are we? Are we waiting?
Next commissioner, or
are we okay? Yeah, after Commissioner Ede is Commissioner Kellum.
Do you all have a suggested place? Is there a consensus of where we should continue on?
There's actually or Chair Kellum, forgive me, it's 4:30, and there was a suggestion potentially to look at maybe taking a break here. How do you feel about that?
That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you mean a break from the mapping?
Not a recess, a break from the mapping, I believe. Yes, I apologize. To be clear, yes, to look at our next level of business. So I would turn it back over to you, Chair Kellum.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Rothhorn. Give me a second while I toggle between lots of things on my screen. So thank you, commissioners, for collaborating, for leaning into the process that we're still figuring out and getting some good work done. As Commissioner Rothhorn said, we're going to move on at this time and take a break from mapping. And I believe it'd be a good idea to move on to agenda item 7. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve today. Are there any proposed edits to the minutes proposed for either the first or second set of minutes? I'm sorry, hold on one second. Are there any proposed edits to the proposed minutes? There we go, for either the first or second set of minutes for the meeting on August 26th. My apologies, that was a mouthful. I don't hear any proposed edits, okay. Is there a motion to approve the first set of minutes of the commission meeting held on August 26, 2021 that began at 1:15 at Grand Traverse Resort?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, second made by Commissioner Lett. All in favor of approving these MICRC meeting minutes of August 26, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and those set of meetings, August 26, 2021, for Grand Traverse at 1:15 p.m. are approved. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the second commission meeting held on August 26, 2021, beginning at 5:05 at Grand Traverse Resort?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches. The second is made by Commissioner Lett, excuse me. All in favor of approving the MICRC second set of meeting minutes on August 26, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Moving on to staff reports. For the benefit of those watching and listening, however you're attending our meeting today, there are no staff reports today. MDOS report.
Oh, geez.
Yes.
Chairperson Callum, Commissioner Lang, it looks like your picture froze as you were voting on the last item. Could you verbally indicate your vote?
Yes, my vote was yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection, I'll ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report.
No reports.
All right. So there's nothing to object to at this time. There's no report from MDOS. The correspondence has been received in advance for our meeting today and was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It is my understanding that there are also no further or future agenda items to share at this time. Are there any announcements? I see a hand.
Two hands, yep. So Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Orton, and then yeah, Director Hammersmith.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, the Washington Post this weekend had a article about Moon and the work that she's doing. So I've got a copy of it and I'll get it over to Sue and she can get it distributed to people.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
And Commissioner Orton, was that the other hand?
Yeah. So
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn.
I just have a question about the upcoming meetings, the next few weeks. So Mondays we're starting at noon, which I understand it takes time to set up the AV. And Tuesdays we're starting at 10. And I remember Commissioner Zatella requested that. But on Wednesdays, it also says we're starting at 10. I'm wondering if there's a reason for that or if we could start at 9, because I feel like we're going to need as many hours as possible.
Can you take that, Commissioner Callum? Or do you want me to help facilitate? And I see Commissioner Lang's hand, but I can't hear you, Chair Callum.
Sorry, I'm having issues with my computer today. I see a hand from Commissioner Lang. If there's a staff hand to address Commissioner Orton's question or a thought.
Yes.
Okay.
Director Hammersmith.
All of our meetings are starting at 10 in the morning because of Commissioner Zatella. She requested that. That's when she can get to the meetings. So that's why the 10 a.m. start time.
Another question from Commissioner Orton.
I don't know that we should be not doing the hours that we can for one commissioner. If enough people can make it and she could join when she can, I just feel like I don't see how we can complete everything we need to without all the hours that we can get.
I would have to, I'll just say it plainly. I'm going to defend Vice Chair Zatella like I would defend any of us because we don't know what schedules and life brings. I would just caution us, yes, that is one commissioner, but this is a team and I think it matters for us to make those accommodations where we can. And just thinking of our meetings, I'm not sure that hour will shift us particularly in any more of a productive, direction. So I think a 10 o'clock start time is fine. And for myself and my schedule, I also appreciate a delayed start time. Commissioner Lang has a hand.
Yeah. I'm just going to say we were through this conversation weeks ago about this. The whole commission voted to approve the 10 a.m. It was actually 9 a.m. And this is when voted to approve. And it's going back and forth, washy. I need to stick to a schedule. I have been rescheduling appointments left and right and need to stick to a schedule. And I don't think an extra hour is going to matter. And I hope I didn't freeze during this because my computer's weird.
We can hear you. Your picture froze, but your voice was clear.
There are no other hands up in the room, Chair Kellum.
Okay, anything from staff regarding announcements? And also Commissioner Orton's question feels like it was left hanging in the balance. So I want to make sure Commissioner Orton, there might not be a huge amount of clarity you could have regarding that 9-10 o'clock difference, but I just want to make sure that you feel supported in the response that you heard.
Well, I just disagree. I think we need as many hours as we can, but whatever the majority of the commission wants is what we do.
Okay.
Director Hammersmith has her hand.
Director Hammersmith, please proceed.
I have another announcement if we're ready for that. Okay, I've got a cheering section beside me. So we have been struggling with getting the shape files on the website in a timely manner. There are lots of factors that have gone into this. However, your staff feels that the most expedient way to get those shape files on the website is to open the My Districting tool that EDS has for posting the shape files so people can see what the commission has worked on. Otherwise, it's taking 2 and 3 days. It requires creating PDFs. We've been meeting with DTMB and with MDOS staff, and this seems to be the best resolution for getting the shape files up so the public can see them in a timely manner. So the commission is doing its job in the most transparent way possible. So if I can use the terms without objection, we will go live on having the My Districting tool open for posting the maps. What we would like though, and we can add this tomorrow, is a conversation around, do you want the public to be able to comment on these maps or only see them? So this has implications with another public comment tool that is up and running already. So the question would be, does the commission want more than one public comment tool running? And we can have this discussion tomorrow, but just wanted to make you alert to this and to think about it this evening to see what might be the best option and avenue for the commission.
Chair Lett.
Thank you.
I think that's an excellent idea to have this conversation tomorrow.
Agreed. I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. It's announcements. And we have one more announcement from our general counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. I cannot resist flagging for the commission and the public that the responses to the local council RFP are expected tomorrow. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to provide an update on a number of proposals received to the commission. And I believe for purposes of the record, for the meeting approval, the approval of the meeting minutes, I think I might be jumping ahead of the chair on this one.
It's fine. Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Commissioner Lett had moved both motions and was supported by Commissioner Witches. I think that we just wanted to make sure the record was reflecting that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, General Counsel. Sometimes their voices can merge into this kind of synchronicity. So thank you for that. And thank you to Executive Director Sue Hammersmith for bringing that announcement regarding technology and integration, all those things. As the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Say it again.
Commissioner Witches moved it.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Witches. They both have that quick voice. Second made by
Commissioner Rothorn.
Commissioner Rothorn, thank you. All in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Meeting is adjourned at 4:43 p.m. Thank you to staff, commissioners, interpreters, and everyone who made today happen and all those watching.